Hello, hello, hello. Technical difficulties, ghosts in the machines, gremlins everywhere. Don't feed them after midnight. Don't get them wet. Oh my gosh, y'all. Can I get a one if you can hear me? Two if you can't hear me.
One. I can hear you.
Oh my gosh. And I've got the best fucking line, but I'm not even sure anybody can hear me.
Okay, Rich can hear you.
God damn it.
Can you guys hear me?
Are
Yo,
we live
Jimmy.
or not? Loud and clear. Oh, that's wonderful.
Okay. I don't know. Snark says I'm coming in all robot-like.
Whoa.
At least on her phone.
Um, JC Excalibur, Beth Meadows, Claiborne, Rich Gator, um, DogPound, and
That's me.
if I missed you, I'm sorry. I love you. I mean, I'm not sorry. I love you. I'm sorry I missed you, and I love you. Oops.
Now, what was she lying about
So
there?
we're just gonna start this out. I don't lie.
I,
I've got something. I've got a sentence I can say to y'all that you've never heard before, but it is 100% true and necessary. Y'all ready? I've got a bag of frozen peas in my sock. Oh,
did you
I'm so
hurt?
loud? Okay, that's cool because I never know. Thank you, Beth. That's beautiful.
Hey, Beth. Hey, Gabby. Did you hurt your ankle?
Whoa. Is that better?
Did you hurt your ankle? Why do you
Oh
have
my
the
God.
frozen peas in your sock? Oh, she left again. She's having trouble with her phone. Why does she have frozen peas in her socks? I'm so confused right now. Perfect time for her to have internet issues. She drops that bombshell, and then, oh, I gotta go now. What the hell? Nothing wrong with that. I had a bag of peas somewhere else after my vasectomy. Well,
Is
Rich,
this
there you
thing
have it.
working? Is this thing on?
I can hear you.
Okay. There, see, Rich knows what I'm talking about. And I
That
know
what?
that it doesn't say Gator, but when I read your name, Rich, every time I go Rich Gator.
Okay. So what happened to your
So I
ankle?
dubbed thee.
Snark, what
Maybe if
happened
we
to
turn
your
our
ankle?
cameras off, it'd be better. What happened to my what?
Your ankle. Why do you have peas in your socks?
Oh, oh, I know I got peas in my sock, and it's my ankle exactly. Um, well, like I don't wear like shoes. I'm either barefooted or I got some kind of flippity flop on, and I it's summer, so I'm outside every chance I get when I'm not going to die from the heat. And there are fire ants and another kind of ant that both bite like motherfuckers all over the place around here. And I have probably over the summer I've gotten 100 fucking ant bites all over, because they were crawling on the sunflowers when I was trying to like deadhead them and stuff. But I'm guessing that something bit me on my ankle yesterday, the last time I went out, because it was sore last night. But by the time I got up this morning, it was hurting and it just kept growing. My ankle's huge and red. So I worked through all the from worse to not so bad possibilities of what was wrong, and I finally came down to I've either gotten like a piece of straw stuck off into my skin, and that's causing inflammation and stuff, or something bit me. But it's my outside ankle, not my inside ankle,
Oh,
and so I'm
okay.
having a shit time trying to get a look at it.
Uh,
Can't see it. So tried a few things, and
Stick your
I
phone down there, take a picture.
I did. I took a little video with it all up close and zoomed in and everything, and I could kind of see a couple of spots that might have been something, but they just didn't look like a puncture wound or a bite, you know. So when I do, I'm taking some Benadryl and got the peas on it, and after I've been having the ice pack on it for a while, it does a whole lot better. Like the swelling actually goes down. So I'm guessing it's not deep vein thrombosis. Thank God, because that was the first thing I thought. I had a blood clot and I was going to die.
What?
But I'm guessing it's one of those two things. And the boys don't work on Wednesday, so if it's not just very much better by then, I'll end up having them take me to the doctor on Wednesday. But I think it's
Well,
going to be okay. Hey,
well,
Heather. Hey, Keebs.
Excalibur's willing to come over and give it a massage.
Oh, no. Don't anybody touch this motherfucker. It hurts.
It's like, hell no.
Hell no. I put that sentence that start. I was in the Dollar General just a little bit ago, and one of my favorite tellers, she's my ultimate favorite teller. I said all that to her, and she goes, "I can't wait to hear what this is."
Oh, wow.
So, oh, the banner. Damn it! Oh, wrong button. This button. And boom. We're talking about a business opportunity for DogPound.
Woohoo.
And
Oh,
I
is that
got
it?
a playlist of because I don't know if I told you, but I've seen a bunch of videos where they were dehydrate or freeze drying stuff and all kinds of different things and edible things and whatnot. So I ran through it real quick and found them and made a little playlist so you can watch them at your leisure. I'll send you the link to the playlist.
Well, I already freeze dry stuff. I own a freeze dryer.
You do own a freeze dryer.
Yeah.
Ah.
Okay, here. Hold on. We still 420 friendly here?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Hold on. Okay. Cheers, y'all.
Do I know?
Okay. Oh, I lost her. Snarkin's ass. No.
No, no, I'm not lost. You're just big.
Oh, okay. Well, why, thank you. Oh, anyway.
I thought you were going to show us something.
Oh, no, I was just saying cheers and taking a hit.
Oh, okay. Exit
But no,
solo layout.
I'll tell you about this business opportunity.
Yeah,
Now,
let's talk.
I own a freeze dryer, and I freeze dry candies and stuff like that I make. 'Cause, I make my own fudge and stuff just out of boredom. This is what I do. And a few people around here have tried my freeze dried candies. And a business owner in town approached me and asked me if I'd like to put them in his store. And I'm like, well, I don't really sell them. I just make them on the side,
Mm-hmm.
And he said if I wanted to make a business out of it, he'd put me in his store, his father-in-law's store, which is the local pharmacy. He would help me get into the local yogurt store and the cigarette store, and there's a like every weekend there's a indoor yard sale thing. He knows the
Yeah,
owner
yeah.
for that. He can help me get into.
That sounds like a business opportunity.
Well, If I started, I'm immediately in 2 different businesses with an opportunity to be in 5 local businesses plus eBay, Etsy, and Amazon all at the same time.
Hey, Gabby. Hey, Curse Zero. That's awesome. Question. Have you
Yeah,
checked the local laws and whatnot about having to have a food certified health department kitchen thing?
none of that's going to matter unless I actually make a business of it and get an LLC. I'm giving myself 6 months just to do it here locally, just kind of proof of concept. You know what I'm saying?
Are you sure you don't have to still, just to, because you're gonna have to get a business license just to do any of that?
Well, to get an LLC, I'll need to, but just to do stuff here locally in my local community, I don't need
You'll
any
need
of
to
that.
get a business license unless you get some kind of, unless they're just not, sticky about that. I,
They're
I
not.
just did
They're
flea
not.
markets and I had to get one.
Yeah, they're not sticky. This is a local community. This isn't a city or anything like that
Right on. That's cool. Hey, Legendary.
and stuff. And as far as FDA and anything like that, I'm covered because I'm not changing the molecular structure of the candies. I'm not adding to them or taking away from them.
Well,
I
you're
can literally.
taking away from them.
No, I'm just taking moisture out of them. I can literally use the ingredients list right on the back of the bag. It'll still be the same calorie count, everything.
Huh. Interesting. So I
Got
just
enough
checked
for
off
work.
like 5 of the fucking questions and subjects I had written down for us to talk about. You already handled.
Well, ask them anyway. Like I said, I've been on this all weekend. I already have machinery ordered and everything else. So ask away. Ask
Well, then
anything.
you're not wanting to discuss it and get our opinions. You're just wanting to brag.
Well, no. That decision was literally made at like 10:30 this morning.
Yeah. So we
You
should have
know.
gone live earlier.
And so, but I don't know how it's work out because just to break even, I have to sell 5,000 bags.
Okay. Break even for your total overhead, like you're counting your machinery and stuff, or what?
Yes, my total overhead, machinery, everything. I have to sell 5,000 bags to break even. Because my funding is $5,000, which
Okay.
covers the machinery and 100 bags.
So, question, maybe, because I think it just flew out my ear. Uh, oh, do you have a source for wholesale candy?
Sam's Club, Walmart, Costco, any
So
of the
retail
box
candy.
stores. Yeah, any of the box stores. I will be doing my after this first 6 months. Right now, I'm just trying to do proof of concept. After this first 6 months, I may look into like ordering large amounts of it, but for right now, just going to the box store and buying in medium bulk will do.
Okay. Because I mean, the lower you can get that initial materials cost down, the quicker
Yeah.
you'll achieve your goal and whatnot.
And that's kind of what Heather Holt's getting down. That's only $1 a bag. Well, it costs $2.70 a bag to produce. That's the bag and the labeling. It's $2.78. Now we are selling 2.5 ounces for $5 with a retail of $8. So off of each bag, I'm making 40%, and off of each bag, the store is making 60%.
Oh, really? Your consignment at 40-60?
Yep.
Uh,
That's just to get in. I got to start somewhere, and the better deal that the store gets, the quicker they may accept me in there. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I thought you already had it in though.
For 2 stores, I do. The other 3, we got to convince them. I got to,
Gotcha.
yeah.
I'm gonna
At
put
the
that link to that playlist with all the freeze dried candies and things. I'm dropping it into the chat right now. If anybody wants to, look at that shit later. It's the latest playlist I made, I think. So it might be listed, real high up under playlists on my channel, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link in here to the playlist.
Yeah, so I'm actually hoping to come out. Let's see, November 1st in between 2 to 5 stores here in my local area. Hoping.
Hey, Shanky. Well, that's
What's killing
awesome.
What's killing me is packaging, though. Like right now, I'm buying
Yeah.
packaging and have to buy the labels separate.
Right.
And we
Are you
looked
gonna
in the
have to print them, or are you buying them pre-printed?
pre-printed.
Okay. And in your packaging, what like what kind of grade and fanciness level? Small, medium,
Well,
large, like that.
the packaging is just a gray mylar bag with a window in it, and
Right.
then on the front we're gonna put our logos and stuff, and then underneath that we'll put what's in the bag
Cool.
and stuff. But I looked into mylar bags for candy
Right.
pre that are pre-printed, like
Oh.
they're already printed with my labels on them and everything.
Right.
And to order them at 100 at a time, it would cost me $5.20 a bag.
Holy crap.
Yeah. If I did it at 1,000 at a time, it would still cost me 98 cents a bag.
Now, see, here's the thing about freeze dried candy, especially like gummies. If you freeze dry gummies, they grow huge compared to their original size. So, as long as you put the net weight like really teeny tiny at the bottom, they'll think they're getting a lot and it's not.
Well, the average price on the internet, I've looked on Amazon, Etsy, and eBay. The average price is anywhere from $2.40 to $3.75 an ounce for freeze dried candies. I'm setting my prices at $2 an ounce locally. And then once I go to Amazon, I'm going to have to do it at $2.50 an ounce because Amazon takes their cut.
Amazon, huh? You think that's, huh?
But I'll still be making money at $8
Well,
a
yeah.
bag. That whole $8 comes to me instead of just $2.
There's lots of already done platforms that aren't as big, of course, but there's also, I mean, what's it called? You can do like your own online store,
Yes,
and it
yes.
and it wouldn't cost much more than like $10 a month or something. That's just a number that popped in my head. I looked all that stuff up, but it's been a long time.
And I'll absolutely do that. If I have proof of concept and go ahead and start it under a local
Right?
LLC, I'll
Does Etsy
absolutely.
let you do food still?
Pardon me?
Does Etsy let you sell food still?
Yes. At least
Okay,
freeze dried food is on there.
cool. Etsy's awesome, and diversify and conquer. You
Yeah.
you can put them in Amazon and in Etsy and whatnot.
Well, that's why when I go LLC, I'll hit the main three: Etsy, Amazon, eBay. And the same day, I'll launch on all three of them.
The stuff I've been soda. Hey, baby. Um, the stuff I've been hearing from the sellers on eBay lately, because I may just live in a cave in the swamp and dig around in the dirt and paint on everything, but I watch a lot of videos and a lot of specific videos to sales and business and everything else. Fuck yeah, science, all that. But the stuff I've been hearing from eBay sellers lately, they are pissed. They are not liking the new rules and regs. They're coming out to where like they're having to stop selling a bunch of stuff because it just they can't make a profit because of the way they're making it be free shipping or something. It's I don't remember exactly, but I know that guy did not look happy that whole video.
Well, if I sell them like on Amazon, if I sell them at $8 a bag, I'm actually going to make like $4, $4 and some change after the cost of the product and paying Amazon for the sale plus the storage space to house my product before it shipped.
And you got a printer.
On eBay, I'm actually only going to make probably like $3.70 per sale. And I forget what it was on Etsy. I have it broke down to
Yeah,
the
very
because,
good.
yeah, because each company takes a different percentage of
Absolutely.
the sale.
And they also cost different things just to list the damn item, even if it never
Yeah.
sells.
So I literally have it broke down to like per bag. What's my,
Exactly.
you know?
You have a printer to print your shipping labels and stuff
No, but I got a local post office right next to me. They
that has
usually
a
take
printer
orders.
that'll print your labels. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, they'll just print them for me. They're pretty good about taking care of me and not really charging me for everything. They're nice people.
Well, wait till you take 600 fucking packages in there one time,
Yeah, no shit, right? Right.
you know?
And we're only coming out there's just like I say, 6 months trial period. We're only coming out with 3 products just to see if there's even a market in the area. So it's not like I'm doing like 50 different candies. I'm only doing 3 candies, and we'll see starting from there.
What three candies?
Skittles, Starbursts, and Jolly Ranchers. Those are the
Jolly
biggest.
Rancher?
Yeah, those are the biggest sellers.
Okay.
Um, as far
Question.
as yeah,
You're
yeah,
gonna have to write the word Skittles, Jolly Ranchers, and Starburst on something for people to have a good description of what they want to buy. Are
absolutely not.
you gonna be able to do that?
Nope, absolutely not.
That's what
I'll
I'm
call
saying.
I'll call them whatever I want.
Ah,
Yeah, because if all you got to do is type in freeze dried candies on Amazon, and so much different shit will come up, but it's all the same stuff. That people are just calling it different stuff, like cosmic rocks, mini satellites. Like people are calling like Skittles candies mini satellites.
yeah, because you could just like take a before and after picture, turn all the Skittles upside down so the S is at the bottom and you can't see them, and then they'll know those are Skittles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
I
yeah,
haven't looked up. When I ran across all these freeze dried videos, I don't know, a year, 2 years ago. I don't even know how long it's been. I mean, I ate them up. I loved it. Just like uh, I'm, I'm half tempted to see if there's any way I could get me a cotton candy machine because you can cotton candy out of a bunch of stuff,
there you
and
go.
I was doing all that at the same time, but I didn't realize that's probably when it hit the market, and that's why they did the video. But I never saw anything saying we're selling freeze dried candy.
Okay.
I don't shop much. I'm poor,
I hear you.
but
But yeah, like these business people, these business owners here in the local area, they actually approached me and asked me if I'd like to put stuff in their store.
because you gave them a little candy and they liked it.
I know.
Ah, yeah, you just give them the first for free, and then they gotta pay.
But all this came down. Let's see. We talked about it on Hurricane Spliffy show Saturday. So
Hey, Papa.
from Saturday till 10 a.m. this morning is all it took for me to start ordering machines. Is that crazy?
Saturday was the first day you were thinking about it.
They approached me Saturday morning.
Wow. Whoa. Drop. DogPound's link.
Oh, my link? Here, I'll
Or
say something in the chat for y'all.
there you go.
Hello.
JC, do you have a wrench? I guess you do. You've been dropping all those links. Duh. Um, is there anybody that I love that doesn't have doesn't have one right now? Never mind. I'll handle it later. If you need anything and don't have a wrench, just say something, because JC is a hell of a link dropper.
And JC, there's nothing on my channel anymore. I moved to Virginia 8 months ago, and I wiped everything on my account clean. I used to do like 3D interactive games where the chat could interact with the board and stuff like that. So I really didn't have any content. It was just a kickback smoke session, play a board game type thing.
Well, soda, you'll have magical unifart dreams.
I'm thinking of trying ice cream. I
Yeah.
want to get a I want to get a small ice cream scooper, right? Scoop the
Mm-hmm.
ice cream, make sure it's perfectly level, and then put just the ice cream scoop on top, right? And put like 4 of those in a bag at a time, you know?
And you can cheesecake.
No, no, I'm not gonna do
No, I'm
cheese.
just saying that this is something that I saw that they're doing now, and
Yeah, no,
somebody was telling me they loved it. It was like their favorite thing.
I saw like 1 or 2 of them do cheesecakes, and there's a bunch of things people have tried.
Marshmallows.
It's crazy. I didn't see a
Oh, and
marshmallow,
an
but I
ice
saw
cream sandwich,
yep,
and then you
tons of.
got astronaut ice cream.
I saw one guy. He gets those like mini ice cream sandwiches, like snack size mini ice cream
Yeah,
sandwiches. Yeah, he was deep freezing those, putting 2 per bag.
cool.
And he was charging $6 on Amazon for them, 2 per
I'm
bag.
gonna pop over to YouTube, and y'all won't be able to hear me. And so just
Like Dippin' Dots, but bigger. Yeah, yeah, kind of. You know, like get that really small scoop, so you take it, so each one's like 2 bites. Yeah, but what do you guys think about that? Me starting a new business, a freeze dried candy business. I'd say it's going to cost me about $6,000, maybe 5. I might be able to get away with it for 5,000. I don't know. Let me get my ledger. Let me get my ledger. I can tell you what I spent already. I have no idea.
Gabby, I got you.
Oh, there we go. I have no idea if this
I got
idea is
you.
going to work out.
Put your shirt back on, Gabby. God damn it, you got a rinse now.
Hey, hold on, Stark. I'm going to grab my ledger. Be right back.
Cool. Gabby's not naked anymore, and Beth even spelled it right. Naked. Oh, an Excalibur. See, I scrolled and then I didn't see another gray one. X, are you still here? If you are, say something. If not, I'll catch you. I'll rinse you later.
Okay. That came from. Okay, here we go. You guys see what's
Oh,
going
are you showing it to us or? Oh no! Oh God, I thought I pushed the wrong button.
on.
Fuck,
Okay, here
that
we go.
was close.
Okay. So far, out of 5,000, I got 4,043.50 into a new machine because I have a freeze dryer, but in order to do something in bulk, my small homeowner tiny little
You're
freeze dryer
roboting.
not going to
You're
do it.
roboting.
Am I roboting, guys?
You're roboting.
Hello, hello,
Turn your
hello,
camera off.
hello, hello, hello.
Turn your camera off. There
My
you go.
camera is off. Fix your internet.
It's not my internet.
Can you hear me now?
You're the one in Appalachia.
Yeah, but I'm not even on
You hear him
Wi-Fi.
fine?
I'm
Thanks,
directly with my
Soda.
box. Yeah, see,
It
it's
could
like,
definitely be mine.
I think it's just your phone. It's not your internet. It's
It
just the phone.
definitely could be. It's this. Oh, hey, and remind me. Oh, if you hear the UFO, say something so I can hit the mute and make it stop. All right, JC. See you later. Good luck tomorrow, everybody. Keep JC in your hearts because tomorrow he's got court for violation of probation or whatnot. It's
Okay.
not my ears. It's my phone.
Switch your ears out.
Beth asked me what did my mouth get me into the other day from in a comment on video. I thought I
Uh-oh.
was going to end up in YouTube jail. She said, "What'd your mouth do now?" And I'm like, "It wasn't my mouth, it's my fingies."
Yeah, but can you believe that? A damn freeze dryer, $4,000.
What kind of capacity?
6 to 10 pounds.
That's pretty good for a
But
start, for sure.
damn, that's man. Now, don't get
And
me wrong. Some people may call me cheap, but I say I just like my money. It's mine, and I want to keep it. So I hate spending money, and that's fucking more than $1.
hey, saving money is making money. Hey, Fur, thanks for coming. Bethaluscious.
So I don't know. What do you think, Snark and Sass, of my idea?
Oh, and the thought that just went through my head when we were talking about capacity, uh, if it just takes off like wildfire, if it's just the talk of the town and people are sending it to their relatives everywhere and they're just buying you out within 2 hours of you stocking, you can just raise the price because that's supply and demand. You don't have to
Yeah,
freak out
yeah.
to make more and make your. See, the thing I'm worried about, dog, is that you're going to end up like stressing yourself out over it.
No, the way I look at it, okay, in 6 months, it either works or it doesn't. Worst case scenario, I get a new freeze dryer for my garden.
Oh yeah, and I'll be sending you some shit you get freeze dry. Oh, I
Yeah,
definitely have to come
and,
visit then.
and that's another thing that the gentleman brought up to me that depending on how many machines I have, I could offer a freeze drying service to locals.
Absolutely diversify and conquer. That's what I'm saying.
So that's what convinced me to buy the new machine. Like my little tiny homeowner two tray machine was just not going to do it. So,
Yeah.
and this one I got coming is 4 trays. So
But seeing a dehydrator and a freeze dryer do different things.
yeah, yeah.
Because I would imagine if you put a gummy in a dehydrator, it just gets smaller and smaller until it was so hard you could make tires out of it.
Oh, look at Beth. Well, gosh, dilly darn it, Beth! How dare you be happy because we're civil people? Oh, maybe
Oh
not.
yeah, I was gonna goddamn click it, but then I was like, well, maybe I don't want to bring attention to it. It's just we both know. We both,
How, it's like, how dare you be happy because we are civil adults?
yeah. You know, Snark ain't putting up with very much bullshit. I don't like it. I drop out of places so quick when people are screaming and yelling. I can't take it.
I was on a panel earlier doing a smoke sesh, and then people started arguing. People on panel were arguing with people in the chat. And I was like, "Yep, my bowl's about half empty. That's good. I'll catch y'all later. Hope y'all have a good one." I'm not into the argument and bickering. Life sucks enough.
Please do, Beth. Beth, you want me to send you? You want me to send you the link? She's gonna say no. She's got a hurricane coming right at her tomorrow.
Oh no. She in Florida?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no.
Apparently in the path of a hurricane.
Okay. Ooh, excuse me. I got
That's
a
all right.
question. Not, and I asked this not just because you're in Florida, but he just posted about the hurricane. There's this gentleman. He runs a YouTube channel called What the Hales, and he
I
has
know him.
a part-time home in Otter Creek, Florida,
Yep.
and that's how I found out that they're about to have a hurricane. That was wild.
Hey, did that heifer at the city office water bill, did that bitch ever lose her job?
Oh yeah, she's out of there. She assaulted him, and they pressed charges, and I have no idea what happened after that.
She assaulted him. See, I can't stand him.
She
I,
tried to do the old lady thing. Come on, with her hands pushing him out of the office. Come on,
uh-huh.
and they took it a little too far.
Well, I mean, he's definitely. I mean, he's outspoken. He's not going to take much shit, and he's just naturally, like molecularly, he's obnoxious. So, ugh.
Now, I like what he does. I can't watch his lies
Oh yeah, I
because
need to try.
he'll be sitting there with his wife and talking and stuff, and she'll be talking and saying so. All of a sudden, he'll start over talking her and shit. And all I can sit there and think, I hope that's a good woman. Just in public, not going to argue, not going to make a fuss, just going to shut the fuck up. And as soon as the camera gets off, grab a baseball bat and whoop his ass.
No shit. Where did I first see him on Storage Wars?
I don't know. I don't know. I just don't.
Oh, okay.
I just think that thought all the time when I see him interrupting her. I'm like, oh, there's another ass whooping.
Hey, Dog Squad. Hey, ATL.
Caucasian, what's up?
It's 9 o'clock, ATL. Well, it's 10 for you, but it's 9 for me.
We're talking businesses. What's another good business to start for $5,000? Starkin says.
Shit, I don't know. I kind of, I mean, I used to steady just be trying to look for the thing that I can do myself so I don't have to, be beholden to anybody else. I'm kind of wired that way. I mean, if like in a past life, I know I was a peddler because I've got suitcases full of my inventory now. But I've been that way forever. All the little crafty, weird stuff I make. I went around to stores in Springfield and found a couple of places to put stuff on consignment. And, it's just always been, but then now it's not because I can't handle any stress at all, really. My son was kind of, my youngest son came and visited me the other day, and he ended up, I ended up crying and going, "Why are you so mean to me? Oh my God." He
What the
left.
hell?
He left and went and got a Coke and came back and knocked again. He knocked. He didn't just burst in like he usually does. He knocked. And
Bipolar much there, Mom?
no, I don't have any medicine right now. And one of the things that my antidepressant does for me that I cherish beyond all other pills I've ever taken is it keeps me from crying at the drop of a thought of a piece of my heart. You know what I'm saying? Like commercials, um, those videos where the dog makes a sad face. Oh my God. I cry when I'm happy. I cry when I'm sad. I cry when I get frustrated. I cry when people yell. And I'm a
Emotional
puddle in the
damage.
floor. Hey,
That's all
Cock
I,
Squatch, car detailing.
that's all I
Best
can
at
think of right now.
prostitution.
Have you seen that Oriental guy that just pops out on people's things? Emotional damage.
Oh, emotional damage. Yeah, see. Well, I'm CPTSD'd right the fuck out. Oh, add it all up from everything that's happened and the way it's always been, no matter what. and then I'm 55 years old now. That's a big old bunch of stuff that sits on me unless I can take that antidepressant, in which case I still, I'm smart enough to see that the world's gone to hell and it's a sad, 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 sad thing, but I don't have to cry about it.
No, but it is depressing.
Mm-hmm. It sure the fuck is.
I'll give you that 100%. If you're smart enough, or not even educated enough, but have enough common sense to see where the world's fucked up and realize that they're not going to fix it even though they know what's wrong.
Everything changes. It's the only constant. And, there will be change. It will be some change for the better. Most of it's going to be changed for the better because right now we're in the darkest before the dawn kind of stage.
Think so?
Late, what do they call it? Late something capitalism. How long did Rome last? We've been here 200 years, and anytime you get more than 150 people together, chaos ensues. People.
This whole money system's about to fail. You got little families, two people in the household, both working full-time jobs, can barely afford the roof over their head if they're not in debt and ready to be kicked out of it.
That
Okay,
is a corporate problem.
That's an everything.
That's
problem.
Corporate greed. Because if they paid their employees, then damn, wonder what had happened if they paid their employees enough. Would they not get one of the millions that they get every year? Oh, did you miss $1 million? Fuck you, motherfuckers.
Well, think about this, Snark and Sass. 40 years ago, to be in the top 30% of Americans, top 30, you had to be a millionaire. You have to have minimum $1 million, right? Today, all you have to do is have at least no bills, be pretty much zeroed out. You can pay your bills and have $10,000 in savings, and you're considered the top 30% of Americans.
Right.
How low of a bar is that?
Yeah. Before I quit working, I'd been there 3 years and I finally squeezed an extra quarter an hour out of them, and so I was making like $650 and supporting a family of 5 with very little help beyond what I made in my paycheck. And it was a convenience store, so I'm behind the counter, and I'm a gibby gabber, so I'd be talking with people all the time, and I realized one day that no matter, even though I make a pitiful ass little bit of money, people that made, let's say, $250,000 a year were in the exact same boat as I was, living paycheck to paycheck.
That's because they were living above their means, using credit cards.
Yes, that was definitely part of it.
Yeah, so you got to live within your means. You got to throw your credit cards away. You got to stop living in corporate America and live at home with what you have. If you only make $50 a week, there's no need to try and spend 100. It's just that simple.
That's true.
I really lucked out so many times over the years of being able to get my overhead down to a ridiculously low number. We'd buy a crappy trailer and all we'd have to pay is $125 a month. That was what our rent was for the lot, know? And and I'm as frugal as they come too. And but still, it's yeah, fuck them greedy bastards. What you doing, Cogsquatch?
Chilling like a villain, cheating, robbing, rhyming.
You gotta turn your camera off.
I have to.
Well, I know we'll all suffer a little from it.
But then you can't see my gorgeous locks.
Cogsquatch, did you see my video about the cryptid?
I guess not.
No, you didn't. I dropped it today. It's really funny. You know how, like I don't know, 6, 8, 10 months ago, you were telling me about the remix button?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
finally pushed it.
There you go. All right, now let me tell you what you do with that remix button. I want 3 reactions a day for the next week. I want you to upload one a day to, or rather, upload all 3 of them, but publish one a day. In 7 days, you'll have 21 days of videos uploaded. You'll be able to do it no problem.
I'm sorry. Are you trying to tell me what to do?
Do it. Do it now.
Y'all can both fuck off with that shit. Oh, I know, Beth. It's fucked up. Guys get big eyelashes natural and they got beauty hair.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Damn
My hair
little river band kind of shit.
Isn't that bad when women are mad at you about your hair?
all my life. All my life.
Dude, I dated a couple chicks.
I'm
My
even
best
mad about
friend-
his facial hair because I want one of them little what's it called? The little soul
Dookie
patch.
stain.
Isn't that what it's
Oh
called?
yeah, soul patch. I always called him a dookie stain.
Oh jeez. No, I had this
Oh, well,
girlfriend that
that's
would
not what it'd
sit
be,
around
so it'd be all right.
and brush my friend's hair. He had hair down to his ass, blonde, and it was like light and soft, like really thin. And she'd just sit around and brush his hair, bored, watching TV.
Yeah.
I mean, that works out for everybody, or
Came
both
from
of them. You know,
Right? She'd get all high and just
I
sit on
remember
the couch
growing up,
and
I
brush
had a little sister, and I would talk her into like tickle scratching my back or brushing my hair, or just all kind of weird shit I'd make her do because it felt good to me while we'd watching cartoons.
Oh my god. You used your siblings as a scratching post?
Hey, my sister helped me to be able to turn off my tickle box. You can't tickle me if I know you're coming at me with it. I can turn that shit right the fuck off. But if you catch me by surprise, oh fuck you. I used to get tortured being tickled. I was so ticklish and I hated it. But she'd sit there while we were watching TV and she'd just lightly, we call it tickle scratching. It's no scratch really, but it's just, lightly rubbing your fingers on the bottoms of my feet, which was a really sensitive place. And she did it so much that I was somehow biometrically or whatever it is able to turn off my tickle box. I hadn't thought about that in a long time. Nobody's trying to tickle me these days.
That's depressing. I ain't been tickled in years. Oh.
Oh. The thing about the detail in business, Cogsquatch, is that's a lot of goddamn hard ass work.
There is no business you're going to start for $5,000 and make a profit on that you're not going to have to work your ass off.
Yeah, but there's working inside, running a freeze dryer and packaging and shipping, and then there's being out in the sun, half hanging out of a car upside down, scrubbing corners and whatnot. Ugh, fuck that. That's yucky. It just seems really hard.
So what you're asking is, what is a business that you're willing to do that you can get into for under $5,000?
Well,
I wasn't asking.
Not so much willing, but like I'm injured. I'm not getting out and power washing or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I walk with the cane, so. So we're trying to come up with something in the house, something you can produce, something that you could sell on the side, make an extra $100 a month.
I tell you probably got a lot of really good backyard gardeners around you, don't you?
Yeah. There's a couple of fresh vegetable stands from the gardeners and stuff.
That written out the freeze dryer probably would work out really good for you.
I have no idea how I would price that though.
Oh, it wouldn't be too hard to figure out.
Because for like meats and stuff like that, you got to do like a 24-hour cycle, plugged in, running that compressor.
Well, I mean, as soon as you start running it, you'll see how much it costs you electricity wise.
I know,
and you'll
that's
be
what
able to
scares
use
me.
that number in your formula.
That's kind of what scares me. Electricity is expensive here.
You really need to have that, once you do it and figure it out, you need to get that into your price equation because it's a thing.
And that's why I said $3
My dad
a
was going to
bag
get
is
me a ceramic film.
and that's why I said it's average about $3 a bag is my cost, because it's $2.78 for the bags and labels, and I rounded up basically for the electrical use. Which is where I came with the $3 figure it would cost me per bag to make.
What are you going to be freeze drying?
So you actually have the freeze dryer in your house right now?
Yes. Candies, Sasquatch, candies.
Candy.
Yes.
What type of candy? I'm confused.
Timmy, how you doing?
Oh,
Thanks for
all
coming
types
by.
Candies. Jolly Ranchers, Starburst, Skittles. You can do ice cream sandwiches. You can do ice cream drops. Basically any hard candy. You can take a Werther's and freeze dry it, and that Werther's will double in size.
Any gummies? Anything that's gummy you can put in there?
Gummies are kind of, it can be done, but it's a little
dude,
hard.
most of those videos I watched was them trying different gummies, and they get really big.
Really cool effect visually. That's why they're doing the videos.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't say anything about it being any harder than any of the other stuff.
No,
Hitchhikers, goddamn.
The thing is with gummies, it's the same thing with like your taffies. Okay, it's if you stick them in a bag that has a window and then put it on a counter that gets sunlight, that the taffies and gummies will actually start going back almost to a liquid-like kind of goo.
Yeah. So that is something really that I saw in those videos. There were a few things they put in there that did not work out well.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so gummies
scares me sometimes.
What do you mean?
Outer Territories frightens me occasionally. Have you ever been to his other channel and went and checked out the stuff that's on that channel?
No, but he's absolutely correct.
He is correct. He might know. My man lives in the middle of like a collection of enormous ranches.
Oh, wow.
There might be 4 people on 10,000 acres out there. Maybe. Outnumbered 501 to cows.
Yeah, Montana or something?
Absolutely.
Okay, just your description of the people in land coverage, I knew it was Montana.
Definitely. But yeah, I imagine you do scare yourself occasionally when you get to think of it. I just got that email from earlier, and I haven't finished reading all the way through it because I came up here. But you're a mildly disturbing individual.
Imagine that, Stark and Sass. The insanity you have in your own mind now, out in the middle of Montana with no one around, and it's just you.
My man made a horror movie.
I mean, I'm in the middle of Arkansas with nobody around. It might as well be because I don't talk to these people.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll give you that.
Gorge.
Oh, yeah. That's why I say I live in a cave in the swamp. Well, that and that we flood, and it's kind of swampy.
Hey, I have been that guy who's lived in a van by the river.
How did I already know that?
It happens. It happens in life.
That's awesome.
Was it an operational van?
Hey, Dot.
No, it was my Astro minivan that I was living in.
Oh, man. Dude, those Astros have a secret. They're all-wheel drive, right?
Yeah.
Back in 1991, GMC took the frame and transmission and engine from an Astro minivan and stuck it on a Sonoma truck. They then stuck two turbochargers on it and called it the Cyclone.
No shit.
A couple thousand of them. Damn thing would gap a fucking Corvette, dude. Like they were ugly, bro. So you
Dude,
could take that
Astro
Astro van,
vans are tough, dude. They last.
you could take an Astro van, throw a couple of turbos on that thing, and just absolutely smoke anything at the track.
I've had the minivan with the double back doors, and I've had the full length conversion van in an Astro, and with the bed in the back. Man, both of them lasted years, and I
Yeah.
sold them. They were still good runners.
When I was looking for my travel vehicle, I actually went and looked at an Astro van, and if it hadn't have been so ragged out on the inside, I'd have bought it specifically because I know for a fact I can drop two turbos on that thing and check out.
Jesus.
That's wild.
Because if you remember, the Astro vans, when you're driving them around, they're a little bit fogey. They're not peppy at all. They'll drive, they'll go, and they'll get there, and they'll do it at 65, no problem. But you're not exactly laying black stripes on the pavement when you leave.
No, no. And I like the smaller ones because it had the snub nose front end. It wasn't the long front end, and I liked that short front end. I could see everything in front of me, man. Almost like in a semi style. You're up above and you can see everything down.
Yep.
But yeah, I think I've come a long way. I know what it is to wake up in the morning and have to go wait out in the river to go to the bathroom. To where I'm at now, I think, fuck, life's awesome at the moment. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I'm living my best life.
Hear it.
Thinking every day at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, I had a troll leave me a comment on one of my controversial police interaction videos, or maybe I was just commentating about like fuck the police or whatever, and they were like, oh, you must be so sad that you've fallen so far. I'm sitting there going, I don't know where the fuck you think I ever was in the first place. I'm doing great, man. I don't know how I could fall when I'm just above anything I ever been before. I'm happy. In between crying spells and all.
I don't know. I'm nervous though. This is like my life savings. Everything I have left in my name, I'm putting into this right now.
Oh, I'd be a nervous wreck about that shit, but I'd also be making sure I the fuck did it right. So I see why you were wanting to have a little jam session about it.
Oh yeah, like I talked. I immediately came out and we were talking on Spliffy's channel.
Yep. Oh, I know. My brain was just blowing up because, it's so used. I spent so much time in the past thinking stuff like that and doing all those math equations and breaking stuff down and looking into everything. And so as soon as you started talking about it, my brain just was like, oh, blah, 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 and there was no way I'd be able to type all that stuff. So I was like, I am very interested in talking to you about this.
And you know why I pulled the trigger on this? My mom. I figured I'd call her and talk to her about this, before I pulled the trigger, thinking she was going to be the sensible one and say, no, save your money. You save your money for, the future or something. But no, I didn't get that lucky. My mom was like, yeah, go ahead and do it. You need any help? Just go do it. And she said to me that she's passed up so many opportunities in life because thinking about the what if and not the what will. That sometimes thinking back about her past, she just feels sick about what she never tried to do. Not what she left behind or didn't do, but what she never tried to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that convinced me. I was like, okay, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, I've never regretted. I don't regret any of my failures because they just taught me. They taught me stuff. It's a good thing.
Well, if this fails, I'm moving in with you. I'm broke.
Oh, if this fails, I'll just move over there with you because I gotta get the fuck away from this fucking police station right down the road. I can see it from my driveway. It drives me crazy.
Hey, I
My
don't
sister,
mind being a kept man. Oh,
we'll just start a commune. It'll be good.
I've been saying
yeah,
that since I was 12 and learned what a commune was.
yeah, but I want to do it right. I want to wall it the fuck off, all the way around.
Yeah, regulations tend to not want you to do that because the
Yeah.
police need to be able to get to you when
And
they
that's the
come to
thing.
do
I'm not
stuff.
trying to. I'm not trying to wall us into the commune. I'm trying to wall the rest of the American idiots out of it.
You know, I know, I know. Oh, man.
Put up a big sign, let it say this is constitutional land. Fuck off.
No trespassing. Violators will be told off and harshly.
Prosecutors will be violated.
There you go. I wish the prosecutors would be violated. I'm just as mad at them as I am the judges and the police and the mayor. Fucking idiots. Oh, come on, man. We got to keep it positive or I'll start cussing and be mad and I'll cry.
You're a, no. You're a citizen. You're the enemy.
I know. And that's disgusting.
Dude, you want some jokes?
You know I do.
Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the world down.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Chuck Norris doesn't have a watch. He tells time when it is.
Yeah.
I like that.
I love them Chuck Norris jokes.
Chuck Norris tears cure cancer. Bastard never cries.
Oh, no. No.
Wait, am I supposed to continue? I can. I mean,
Well, I mean, we were real quiet.
tell me to shut up. No, I don't generally have but 5 of them remembered.
You know the one with the Chuck Norris and the snake?
Yeah. Snake bit Chuck Norris one time. No, Chuck Norris was bit by a cobra one time, and after 3 days of writhing pain, the snake finally died.
You know it.
I think I like that one the best out of all,
Yeah, you gotta
all the
deliver
Chuck Norris
it.
ones I've heard. I like that one. I don't know. Okay, honest fight. What do you think? Chuck Norris versus Bruce Lee. Who's actually taking home the gold?
Chuck Norris beat that kid like a redheaded stepchild.
You think
But
so?
Chuck Norris is redheaded.
When he gets his hands on him, now Bruce Lee gonna smack him around for a good 5 or 10 minutes till he slow down a little bit, and then Chuck get his hands on him and beat you broken.
Okay, then.
I'm telling you, dude. You ever see Walker Texas Ranger?
Hell yes. And
carries-
we ain't talking about that new bullshit Walker that's on right now. We're talking Texas Ranger. You seen that? That new Walker?
Sorry, I don't associate with trash.
No, I don't watch TV really.
There's no
I live
point in
on
watching
YouTube.
TV nowadays. It's all preachy.
I don't know.
Y'all,
like that.
I think the peas are getting in my sock out of the bag. I think that they've thawed out enough that they're starting to that like it broke the zipper or something. Because like
So
one side of my foot feels strangely gross.
What the what why do you have your feet in peas?
Oh,
Why are you frozen?
hey, cocksquatch. I can tell you a sentence that you never heard before, but it's absolutely true and necessary. I have a bag of frozen peas in my sock.
That explains most of the previous questions. I ask a single additional.
Yeah, I think I got bit or something on my ankle. Some kind of ant or spider or piece of straw or something bit my ankle. It's all swelled up and weird. but the ice pack uh, keeps the swelling down on it. And since it's not really an ice pack, because if you got any sense and any frozen peas, that's your ice pack.
I'm allergic to peas.
My kids thought that that's just what everybody did until they went to someone else's house and they had like an official, real live
Actual
ice
ice
pack. They're
I
like,
the
"Oh,
first
mom just uses peas."
listen to this trash. Hold on. The first time I saw an ice pack, I didn't know what the hell it was. The most embarrassing part of that story, I think I was 19. I had
Yeah,
seen them,
yeah.
but no one had ever actually showed me what one of these things in it. You know, it's a little rubbery bag with like the plaid outside or whatever the freaking color it is. And so like I think it was when I moved into my own house, there was an ice pack left there in the freezer when I was cleaning everything out, and I threw it down, turned and looked at one of my buds, was like, "Can somebody do me a favor? Tell me what the hell that is." And they all just went dead silent, stared at me, was like, "How do you not know what an ice pack is?" I was like, "Never used one." Lived on a pig farm. We
Well,
had cows,
Po Buddy's Nerfic cockspot.
po natties.
Po Body's Nerfic.
Po bodies nerfed.
I got a
God
question for
damn.
you. That's
I'm so
that's
disturbed that I understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Nobody's perfect,
No.
but with the letters switched around at the beginning.
And if
Like
I think
dumb
my
fucking fumda.
you understand what I mean too, don't you?
I know you know, I know you know, I know you know, no.
Think mine's great alike?
Once in a while.
You were saying lost
Chuck
dog,
you, Farley, you and your whole family can go buck a buffalo for all I should get.
right?
No, I had a question for you.
I'm
Here's
working
a
on it.
scenario. You're 70% homebound. You got $5,000. What could you start to start making money? Just off the top of your head.
Are you an unmitigated troll?
What?
Are you an
Who?
can you edit?
Oh, I can
Can
do a
you
little
read?
editing.
Well, anything you're going to turn your hand to for profit, you're going to have to start dedicating hours to it.
Yes.
Somewhere between here and 10,000 hours, you'll figure out whether you can do it for profit. Some things are just not for some people.
That's true. Very good. Good
So,
answer.
like me, what I would
Yep.
do if I had just had $5,000 over here and I wanted to make some money, I would completely strip everything off of my channel and I would actually go at it from a business perspective rather than just jerking people off around the corner when they can't see who's actually got their hand on the sock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Business out.
Interesting.
I never knew that I had this weird ability to talk to people through a camera and make it actually make some kind of freaking sense. I'd never done public speaking in my life. I've never edited video. I've never done any of this stuff. And I sat down with a computer, did the little bit of trash that I've done, and it's done quite well, considering that I had no clue what I was doing.
Exactly.
So if I had $5,000 and the 2-3 years of experience I now have, I'd start a new channel. There's a few things I could use that $5,000 would cover, and it would be basically one of those viral video re-upload franchises. I'd do 5-10 shorts a day every day and have 3 15-minute compilation videos go up every day. Well, it'd be an 8-minute, 15-minute, like 27-minute or 32-minute, whatever the next threshold is. All 3 of them every day. We have a live stream once a week where I go over my own content that I've uploaded to react to. So here's your instant business model. All of it's completely copyright free because you'll be curating the videos as you go through and link them up in the first place, right? See, I know a lot more now than I did when I started, and starting a clean
Yep.
channel, I believe I could get monetized in about 6 weeks.
Nice. Okay.
And
Okay. So
and you know,
reinvesting.
starting a new YouTube channel that is branded with any new business ventures you're going on is a really good idea
If
because
you've got it.
diversify and conquer.
But if you've got it, you've got to have the content. You have to be able to upload the content in the algorithms they want you to upload it in the schedule they want you to upload it in, or else you're just pissing up a rope.
Well, I mean, at the very beginning, you need to like you can just use it as kind of like an advertise. You don't have to be so serious about the YouTube channel if you're having to be real serious about freeze drying candy.
Hell, man,
Yeah,
You
do
know,
I mean,
an
but
alternative to that
you can make
concept.
a commercial.
Yeah, true.
But
there
yeah,
has to be a payout on that.
because eventually, I mean, if you got that's that whole diversified thing. If you got $10 coming in from 15 different places, that's $150.
Yep. First,
It's
you have
not
to
$10. It's $150.
give you $10 for whatever it is you're doing. It doesn't matter if you
Yeah.
do three of a million different things, but only 7 of all the million sell. You're still in the hole. Diversification isn't the answer when you're starting with nothing. When you're starting with nothing, you should utilize whatever expertise you have in whatever niches you found yourself in, and figure out a way to get paid for that expertise. As an
Oh,
example,
absolutely.
after I
But
had done
like starting channels and making your brand social media wise, that's all a bunch of free stuff to do that may eventually bring in some money.
it's not free. It's time.
I don't have to pay YouTube
But
shit.
it takes time, and my time
It's your
is not
time.
Well,
free.
yeah.
Yeah, it's your time and labor.
Your time is not free. If you are trying to make a profit on
My
this endeavor,
time is
you
free.
must pay your time, period. You must. That's part of the game.
I mean, I know it's best not to look at your time as being free because it is worth something, yada yada. I'm just like beyond all that at this point. I'm just happy to be having fun, and every once in a while somebody buys me a cup of coffee. That's
I was
happy
saying,
for me.
if I had $5,000 sitting on my desk over here, somebody was like, "You have to turn a profit from it." I'd be like, okay," and I would almost completely stop doing Caucasian Sasquatch for a while. I think it could manage on its own for a minute. It'd take me about a month to get it under the all the background work done to make sure I have the domain name and everything that I need to make that work. And then I would do the whole Patreon thing and everything before I even uploaded my very first video. I'd have the channel created. It would sit there dead until I was ready to do it.
And plus, because I don't want anyone to think me and you are butting heads, you can have different pathways to the same goal and them all get you there at the same time. It'll all be okay.
Well, I
Each
mean,
one of us is our own unique piece of the puzzle.
I was just saying, if I had $5,000 sitting over here now, like he has a
Right.
totally different talent set, a whole different skill set. I have no idea what he can do. So, like, what's that one thing you love doing? That thing that takes you into an uncomfortable space. Film it while you do it, and people will watch it
Absolutely.
because they love to see people do things, A, that they love, and B, that takes them into uncomfortable spaces. I am not telling you to climb into the bonnet of a VW Beetle. Don't do that.
Now, if I had $5,000 and was going to start a business, I would buy a lot of paint, a lot of clear sealer, a lot of blanks, and a lot of paper and cardboard and scissors and whatnot, and
You're gonna
a
start doing
microphone or
test
whatever.
runs?
And I would absolutely just the fuck be painting on everything all the time, and it'd all be for sale. Like it's going to be tomorrow. Have a live stream tomorrow, somewhere around 10 or 11. Haven't really decided yet because of technical difficulties. And I'm going to show you guys how far I've gotten in dealing with the merch stuff and gathering it all up and what's done and the design ideas that I had for stickers and whatever else it is. And we'll be like exchanging just like we're doing here, talking about it, and
he's got the best answer.
huh?
Mushroom Maddie
A
has
lot of Adderall.
yeah, and I guarantee he would make money.
Hey, Mushroom. You gotta admire honesty,
Yeah,
100%. And you also gotta admire the shtick, if that's what it is.
He tickled me real good on that one. That was good. Buy some Adderall. Like, well, whatever you do next is probably going to be profitable. Guarantee it. Somebody's going to make money on it. It might not be
But
you.
don't talk about it right now or anywhere ever, because if you got $5,000 worth of Adderall, we don't want to know what you're doing.
I've never seen $5,000 worth of Adderall.
Well, who the fuck would have if they don't work at the fucking pharmacy factory?
Oh, come on. That's only a duffel bag.
Whoa.
I don't know, dude.
I wouldn't even. I would make. Yeah, there would not. That's too much Adderall.
Hey, I had a buddy of mine who went to Mexico back in the mid 90s, and he came back with like 5,000 Valiums. He came back with a case of Valium bottles. A case, like they sold them off the truck. A case. Bought them at a pharmacy. Came out of Mexico, get this, with a prescription. Gave it to the border control. They searched his car for drugs and moved the Valium out of the way. Looking.
Oh my God. Because you would never be looking for a case of it.
Well, no. They weren't looking for the Valium. He had a prescription for those. They knew he had the Valium.
Oh, weren't the 90s great?
Right?
Fucking 90s.
Man. Dude, I had a buddy of mine. Let's say one of the guys in that same group told me, he's like, that's the first time I ever went to bed just because I couldn't go to the bathroom.
Couldn't get up. Well, Valium's awesome because it's a muscle relaxer and a nerve relaxer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like it'll chill you out and set you down.
But it's
don't hurt no more.
Awfully addictive. the withdrawals of that but the withdrawals though, they're horrendous. They're so bad. I came off smack no problem compared to getting off of benzos. It was hard.
That Valium, that Mexican Valium you were talking about, that reminded me of way back when I was married to my first husband before he died, and this guy came up and he had a bunch of I think they were yellow, and they were V cut from Mexico, and I didn't know. I was still real new to being in the drug world. I was real new to that shit. And I was like, what? I didn't even know what a Valium was. I found out real quick that you don't drink a beer and take some Valium. That's just sends you to the neighbor's house crying on her couch because you wish you had a baby too.
Right. No, that's not good. That's not good.
No, it was not good. That lady didn't talk to me ever again.
My wife met both my best friends one night. She came out to see me when she wasn't supposed to, and she flipped her car when she was leaving. Never did figure that part out, but whatever. My two best friends pick her up. She's walking down the road, like trying to figure out where my house is from the middle of freaking swamp. Right? She's out there walking on the side of a dirt road. These two guys come along. She climbs in, and Russell looks back at her and goes, "You look anxious. You want a Valium?" She's like, "No, I just need to go see Sasquatch." You know where Sasquatch live? They look at each other because they were on the way to come see me. Wow. They're like, yeah, but why are you seeing him?
It's all in the timing.
I guess so. Hey, it abbreviated a whole bunch of discussions that we were going to have about how many drugs I did.
Really, if they were really your friends, they'd only be asking you if you had any extras. They wouldn't be asking you what exactly you were on or expect you to tell them. I think that's rude as fuck. What are you on? None of your goddamn business. Aren't we having fun? Get off me.
No, he was offering her a Valium because he thought she looked a little nervous. She had just flipped her car. It was still running in the ditch back there.
Oh fuck!
They had just passed a flipped car. It was so high, it did not occur to them that the bleeding woman walking down the road might be associated with this flipped car back here. So I get her
But
in the
not
car.
everybody's stupid, dude.
I take him down to the road. I find all the first responders out there searching through the freaking woods trying to find this poor bitch that got thrown out of this car.
No.
And I get out and tell everybody, like, look, she's over here. I got her. She's the only one. We're not missing anybody. We got everybody. This is fine. Everybody get the fuck out of the woods before you get bit by a snake. Get out of there. Just stop it. I appreciate it, but don't do that.
What's on his eyebrow?
Oh,
I can't
This?
see his eyebrows.
this thing right here. It's a scar.
Above right eyebrow.
Yes.
Left to us. That's not above.
No, it's not. Yeah, well, it's not above. I don't know. Eyelid, probably. I'm telling you, that's what they're talking about.
Do they read cat chest complete, all clear, carry on? Motherfucker.
What? There's a chat?
I
Where?
was doing something like that the other day. There's a chat? What?
Lives under a bridge. They ate 2 bridges in all of fucking Wyoming and Montana, and he lives under both of them. You know what they say, man?
Oh,
There's
you'd have
only-
been so proud of Citizen Knot the other night, Sasquatch.
What, did you
You
stop
would
the
have been
drama and
so
walk away?
proud of Citizen Knot.
Did you stop the drama and walk away?
Look,
No?
I was having it had to, you know, I don't know what else to call it besides the zone or a manic episode, or I don't know. I used to get that way a lot more, but it was kind of been a while. And I mean, I was on a roll. I was funny as fuck. But I went into under Citizen Dot. I went into a chat where people were. I just felt trolly, and holy fuck, without ever calling anybody a name or anything. All I had to do was use words with like 6 letters, and they were like, couldn't even read them, and they're like, oh, he's a troll. He's a troll. I said, born under a bridge, baby.
I'm not that bad. I just keep my router under the bridge. That's all. I just love it when people have difficulty saying words. It blows my mind. All right. I'm on YouTube. I talk for a living. That's part of what I do. If I can't enunciate a word, I skip over it and make up a new one.
Yeah. I was so damn just high on ego and victory, and I was like, oh my god, I gotta tell somebody what just happened. Oh my god, and I was like, who the fuck do I tell? Because nobody wants to sit and listen to me recount what they could go watch a stream that they're not gonna go watch. And I was just like, nobody want to hear this shit. So like, there was a couple of people. I was like, Citizen Knot's been naughty, y'all. It was great. So I got timed out twice.
She did it. I saw her do it. It's all her fault.
And they thought I was a dude, because Citizen Knot sounds like a dude if you don't know it's me.
I don't know if you've noticed, but to maintain the charade, I call you he anytime you show up as Citizen Knot.
That's fine. That's
I do
fine. Because look, toward the end, one of the guys on the panel, who I wasn't even talking to him, I was redressing the other motherfucker, and but the one, I guess he was taking up for his buddy or something. He started going nuts about, you come for me and mine. Oh, I'll find you. I'll find you. I said, find me, sugar britches, because of course I'm a guy calling another guy sugar britches. Oh no, it's gay. Ah, you know.
Oh, I never let anybody know anything about my sexuality. I'm married. That's all I'll tell you. Everything else
No,
is.
I mean, he thought. I wasn't giving. No, you pooey. You're a troll.
There's a channel out there called Legion Talk. And I randomly triggered his ass on a live stream one night by accident with mere words. A simple question, actually. He was recounting a story about how a cop friend of his had been flipped off by a kid on a bus, and he pulled over the bus to talk to that kid. And I went, wow, his ego was really swinging him that day, wasn't it? Regular wag the dog situation. And he went on a 30-minute tirade about how it was perfectly justified that kid could have been looking for help and yada, yada, yada. A couple of days later, we ended up on the same panel together. Ever since then, I've hit on him every single time I've seen him.
Oh my God.
And I'm talking, I nicknamed his own fans call him Specimen now. Because I said, oh, you are an absolute specimen, dude. Look at that beard. I just want to roll around in your hair, dude.
Asian being a sexual
Ambiguity
troll.
is scary for some people.
No, you should have seen the reaction of everybody else on the panel. I only told one person I was going to do it. I was like, you might want to just put me out of this because I've got a bit of a troll bone at my ass tonight. And I'm going to do it. He's like, what? I said, if it's too much, just let me know. He was over there blowing snot bubbles and laughing before it was all said and done. I was really uncomfortable. I've been in this chat every single live stream since. How are you doing, Specimen?
That's hilarious.
Always keep them guessing, honey.
But I absolutely. So Citizen Not posted on his community tab that, you know, about that particular live stream, and then 2 minutes later, Snark and Sass reposted Citizen Not's thing and said, "Oh, Citizen Not's being naughty. That's why we call him naughty, y'all," or some shit. And I was just hoping them motherfuckers would backtrack, just do one little tiny little click to figure out that your dumbasses spent 30 minutes saying he, because you're too. I didn't even have to call them dumb. They were able to infer that I was calling them dumb just because they didn't know the word colloquial, you know? They couldn't read it. And I know some people aren't real good at reading, and I mean, I'm a certified literacy tutor. I understand. But these motherfuckers were sitting up there like they're King Big Boss Hog Balls or something, you know? And that they just, oh, this and that and this and that. And I just gave it to them. And it was fucking freeing. Felt so good. Because Snark and Sass has to be civil and kind and sweet and nice. But you know what? Citizen Not does not live under those kind of rules.
Mushroom Manny has an important statement to make. He says, I just want to butter you up and kill you a biscuit.
Who's he talking to?
Obviously me.
How about all of us? It's the plural you.
The royal we.
The royal we.
It's you and me.
Now I know. Hold it, wrong one. Moved right when I was clicking it.
Good night, Gabby.
Sasquatch was my first sane, smart people chat. What?
Oh, dude,
that's a low bar, Robert.
Homecuz subscribed to me back when I had like 20 some odd subscribers. He's been there since. He's been a real one.
Nice.
I had so much fun in his descriptions and, you know, comments and replies. I love it. He writes novels in the comments section.
You ought to see his emails.
Oh my God, I can imagine.
Publish his fucking emails. In fact, I kind of just want to do a video reading a couple of them out. They're like 30 pages in some cases. They're absurdly long. He'll cut like the first couple he said were really long. And then I was like, dude, listen. I've got a limited in the day, bro. And after that, like 5 pages became like little. He's been doing good though. He's been down to like a page and a half. He's been doing real good.
Snark and
Oh,
Sass,
I got an announcement because it reminded Outer. Okay, so you guys know my cat friend that it had 3 legs, Gimpy. Well, he's crossed the Rainbow Bridge. He had feline leukemia because the guy that got his arm fixed and amputated so that he was a 3-legged cat and wasn't in pain anymore. He had been taking him to the doctor and stuff, and they found out that he had feline leukemia and he had to put him to sleep. And I'm still broken over it. I mean, I haven't visited his grave yet to have that talk with him to tell him bye and everything. But Outer Territories left a comment that I pinned to the top of the video when I cried and announced it. It was like when I was reading the last chapter, the last book of Harry Potter. It took me 3 days because every time I'd start reading it, I'd just start crying and I couldn't see the pages to read it. And that comment did me the same way. I had to come back like 6 hours later to actually read the whole thing when I could hold it together a little better. But I pinned it because it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love somebody that can, weave with words and whatnot. I love it. And thank you so much, Outer Territories. That was a blessing. That comment was a blessing. Okay, now we can get back to happy stuff. I just know that not everybody sees my videos and whatnot, so I just thought I'd make sure that people knew. It broke some people too.
There's no more happy.
I kept telling Mr. Neighborman that Gimpy was famous. Gimpy's all over the internet, and he's like, "Well, that's just weird." Like, no, he's got fans.
Snark and Sass, the world is wrong.
Oh.
My lighter died, and I can't find another one.
Uh-oh.
That shit is wrong.
That's the cosmic jester.
Got a box of kitchen matches in your junk drawer?
Say what you can do. You get your little bow and a stick. That might be the wrong. This might be the wrong platform for that one.
Hey, caveman.
Mama Dingo. What's up, cammed up caveman? Good to see you, buddy.
Oh, is Dingo here? Hey, Mama.
Dingo.
Maybe I should scroll a little bit. Did I miss anybody else? Doesn't look like it. That's as far as I can scroll. I got ADHD. What? Gimpy's estate is now demanding 20%. That's so funny. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't have my medicine right now, and I'm guessing that's why it's taking me so long to settle the fuck down, Jethrine, about it. Because, I'm crying at ridiculous things anyway. And that's actually something you can cry about when you lose someone you love. I will be so glad when I get my Celexa back.
Do you want to select?
They tricked me.
You don't even know me, so don't hate me. Sublime rock and roll down styling. Sorry, that was the intro to an album.
The world is better now.
What just happened?
There's this album that came out in the mid '90s. In the very opening intro, some chick was recorded saying, "Do you want to select?" And anytime I hear the word "Celexa," that's what pops into my head.
Ah, yes. I can see why.
Intrusive thoughts. They won.
Oh, I just came up with another sentence none of y'all ever heard before, but
Lord
it's completely true and necessary. But then I just forgot it. What the fuck just happened?
Damn it.
Brain fart.
Bring art?
Brain fart.
Brain fart. Brain fart shopping cart. I don't know. I was getting ready to do something there. I got to quit.
Should start rapping. Start spitting bars.
And
We should have a southern rap.
automatic negative thoughts. Oh.
Unfortunately, anytime I ad lib a song, it ends up being about crack, and I really don't know why. I don't do crack.
Imagine there's a whole lot of words that rhyme with crack.
What the fuck?
That's part of it. It's part of it, and a lot of them are drugs, ironically. So, downhill from there.
That's right, Mama Dingo.
Right? Outer Territories, I literally found another lighter, and it was the last one in a pack that was on a shelf under like 3 things. I started moving. I'm like, yes, a fucking lighter. So yeah, I gotta go buy more lighters.
Put it on the list. Hang it on the fridge.
Oh, you're right. I should write it on the wall now.
Yes, just write it on the wall. That's even better.
You think?
Because you'll need them again. It's like a permanent list.
No. Snarkus says.
You be careful what you're writing with, because when you try to paint over it, a lot of things don't let you paint over it without it seeping back through.
See my list back there I write on the wall?
Sir, that is not a wall. That is either a window or a door.
Oh no, my house is done like old English Tudor style.
Oh shit, bro. Okay.
I've been bored working on the house, but yeah,
Lots of boards.
but yeah, it's an erasable marker. I can use this to literally just write on my walls and then erase it later. So I've been put my grocery list down behind me there.
You got a real glossy finish on your paint that you're writing on there with?
Well, no, these are panels from like you got 2 options when you redo your bathroom and you use panels. It's either the solid smooth ones or the ones with all the little bubbles in it. Well, these are just solid panels that pretty much go in your bathroom. I used them as backing and then built the woodwork in front of it. So I can write on it with an erasable marker and it's all good.
Because see, I thought that I could take my my more than lightly used dry erase board, is a little bitty one, and when it started to where I had to use cleaner and a sponge to get the marker back off of it, I thought, hey, I'll just put some glossy spray, some clear coat on that. I bet no, that didn't work.
No. No.
So I really was. It was an actual real interest in the question, Either that's light glare, lost dog, or you're in Hawaii, hell, the Philippines.
Nah, but it's very bright. I only got like
he's in Appalachia.
Yeah, I'm in Virginia. And it's weird what I'm doing. I just moved here 8 months ago. And like all that's just flat whiteboard. And then all the woodwork I'm putting on in front of it. Because like a lot of your like old English Tudor homes, they're like really dark.
Beautiful.
It's dark background.
Yeah, Tudor.
And I wanted to keep the rooms bright. So I went with the bright background. And then all the trim will be stained a dark color. Like a dark rosewood.
I think y'all were right. It's me. Because I usually just have 1 or 2 bars, unless I'm like stand up and lean toward the door or walk outside or whatever. And I've been having, like, if you think that I didn't react good enough, it's probably because you were roboting on my end, and I just don't know what the fuck you said, and I'm trying not to be ridiculous,
Oh, I'm sorry.
That wasn't a window.
That was the light shining from my grow tent right next to me, shining off the wall. Like I said, I only got
that's another reason for me to move over there and live in your guest room.
Oh, girl, I should show
That
you
and
my
half your
guest
storage
room.
building.
My guest room is freaking beautiful. It's the only room in the house I actually have finished.
Yeah, because you were making it pretty for me. We
And
established that the second you said you were moving. I started thinking, hell, that's way the fuck away from Arkansas. They'll never
hey,
find me there.
hey, I've been thinking about the mail order brides and signing
No,
up. No, hold on. Signing up on there saying something like, "I don't know about love. I'll give it a shot, but I'm willing to help. If you get a 6-month work visa, come on down. Teach me your language. I'll give you a roof over your head and help you find a job." That's not a bad deal. Learn a new
no,
language.
that sounds like
Help
a
them out.
reasonable alternative to the desperate shame some of them girls must feel.
You get a
I always,
helping.
I always worried about those girls, you know.
I think that's a good deal. Come teach me your language. Help me around the house for 6 months. I'll help you find a job, make some money, and go home. Nothing wrong with
That all sounded great except the job thing, but I guess you're not talking about me, so it's all right.
that.
Hey, Snarky Sass, where are you if you'll say in relation to Mountain Home? Mountain Home's way at the very, very top of Arkansas, and I'm almost dead in the middle of it.
Oh, she's lying. She's in Mountain Home, 2 houses down from you. Oh, no, I'm kidding.
I am not.
All
And he's in
right,
Montezuma
listeners.
anyway.
Yeah, yeah. I still think it's funny. Just the description of the land Sasquatch gave, I was like, Montana. It's gotta be fucking Montana.
No, the giveaway was the 4 people and 200,000 cows.
Exactly. It really was.
Yeah, the population density.
Let's
It
see.
was.
There's 80 acres of farm, 4 people, and 1,000 cows. I gotta be Montana.
Hey, I'm making shorts currently. Don't fuss at me. I'm making content. So
Oh,
nobody else is aware of this happening, but I'm being fussed at for being on my phone while on your panel.
Oh, I was
oh,
gonna say, I don't see anybody fussing at you. You're
Nah,
hallucinating.
they private messaged
Quit
me.
eating them. Quit eating them green berries, Sasquatch.
I'm not touching my phone anymore.
Traveled down to some town to Mountain Home in Kansas City with a couple nursing comical, and was in a comical plane crash. Well, I just don't think I've heard comical plane
Comical
crash
plane
before.
crash. Comical
And yeah,
plane.
I've heard of a lot of fucking plane crashes happening up around Mountain Home. Must be
really?
the mountain part.
All right, so it's
Oh,
rude
look
to
at that.
be on my phone whenever I'm on somebody else's panel, but you gonna private message me instead of telling me in chat. I hear you. All right. No, I'm
Put it in
properly
chat.
screened.
Don't be scared. Just put it
No,
in
she
chat.
ain't scared. She went to the source. No, I know how she thinks. I get what this was. Had it been the other way around, she might have sent Snark an email or something, but not my personal number. I'm surprised she didn't call me and just be like, you shouldn't be doing that.
Oh shit! I'd have been up in chat. Sasquatch, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? Is she cute? Oh no.
You sound like my wife.
Well, we're all
Look,
looking for
2
something.
comical plane crash survivors in one chat.
All right.
I know. I'm just like thinking somebody's gonna have to tell me something.
That
How the
boy
hell can a plane
survived-
crash be comical?
Still, the fact that he survived a plane crash, Jesus.
Some young dude sitting around drinking Red Bull with his hat on backwards was the control tower. That explains everything.
Maybe that's why there's so many plane crashes up there.
I bet his name was something like Snitch or Doyle.
Oh, it's definitely Doyle.
Oh my God. Max Keebler.
Looks up, shrugs, and asks us what took so long. Impact not visible to him. We're dragging our luggage and makes no comment about not having a plane.
Oh my God.
Bro,
Motherfucker, you walk up to the control tower and he's like, all right, there you go. What?
well,
Something happened? What?
the tower is a garden shed. It's not a tower at all. If I show up to the control tower in any situation on foot, we've already got problems. Problems have already ensued because I'm not walking across an airport unless I absolutely got to.
Right?
All
How
right,
many
here's our
runways
second
you got
comical
there?
survivor. Whoops, my phone fell. Took off wheel, blue nose, dive off, run. Oh, I'm not reading that right.
Took off, wheel blew, nosedive off runway, wing ripped off on fence, landed nose down in a tree line.
Oh,
Fuck a damn duck.
That's not common. I have yet to see anything funny about that.
no.
I know. No, maybe she's still typing. Like Outer did two installments there. Hey, root beers and good fireworks. No, beer and good fireworks. That's always a good time. Hey, Swiss Miss, good to see you. And Mama Dingo, I'll hold your beer.
Little mini fire engines.
Oh my God.
Hey, finally something
That is
comical. I now understand why it was funny.
Absolutely.
She just saw a little tiny fire engine.
I always wanted to slide down one of them fucking emergency slide things. It looked like so much fun.
I got to one time when I was a kid. We went to a museum thing, and they had set up some stuff at the airport, and we got to go through like a B-17 and a 737, and we went through the thing, went all the way up to the cockpit, looped back around, and then slid down the slide on the way out. It was one of my more memorable moments of school because all the girls' skirts went up. I come off that thing looking like a Tesla coil. My hair was just standing straight out. It's like,
oh yeah. Electricity. Oh, another big one. You can always count on outer territories for a big one. Let's see. Ours could have been a cartoon. I went, whoa, it moved. Where'd it go? I went from I'm gonna die to this is gonna hurt to boing like a cartoon. Saplings tossing us back. Rick landing gear. Hi, Swiss man.
Have any of you ever heard the word lawsuit?
Well, the plane, the airline has to be a legitimate airline. I get the impression these people weren't on legitimate airlines. George has a plane. George carries cows. George carried MVTV one weekend.
I'm just glad to hear that I'm not the only one that looks around every once in a while and goes, am I living in a cartoon?
Yeah.
Like people will say, I don't like musicals because that's just unnatural. There's no situation in reality where everybody just breaks into a musical number with choreography.
That is not true.
And then one day, I know it's not true. I was doing daycare and I had all the kids and I had one of them damn fish that sang is up on the wall, take me to the river. Well, the kids would stand at the gate to the kitchen and I would go over there and I would make them be good or something. And then I'd press the fish button, let it sing. And while it happens so many times and I do hand motions and stuff. And then one day we're all the gates down, all the kids, my kids, all the kids, everybody's in the kitchen. And it was time to press the fish because there we were. And the kids two of the kids climbed up on top of the table. The rest of the kids got into each chair. And when the fish started singing, everybody's doing choreographed hand movements and dancing, and everybody's singing. I was like, holy fuck, that guy was wrong.
Right? First time I ever saw it happen. Have you ever seen Blazing Saddles?
Yes.
You know
Well,
the
who
song?
hasn't?
The song sang by the German lady, the Teutonic twat. The Teutonic.
Oh, yeah.
I'm tired of being admired, tired of playing the game. Ain't it a crying shame? All right. There's these 10 grown men standing outside of a bar. And a chick pulls in with that song starting up, and all 10 of them fell into line and started doing the backup singers thing where they doing the can with the guns and stuff, except they didn't have guns.
Oh my god.
And
Oh
I
my
was
god.
screaming, "She's tired!"
Oh my god.
Ridiculous. That chick pulled in, sat there, and watched this go down in front of her, and turned down the radio.
Oh.
But we didn't stop. We did the whole thing.
Well, good.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's great. I love that because, yeah, fuck yeah.
If I was that
Yeah.
lady, I'd be like, okay, I've already had enough of the world
Just left.
today. Time to go
She didn't
home.
even get out of the car. She pulled up. We started dancing, and I went to running back and forth like the dude in the movie does. and she turned off her headlights, sat there for a second, reached over, turned down the radio until we couldn't hear it anymore, but we kept going. So she put the car in reverse, backed out, and went to eat somewhere else.
Oh, scaredy bitch.
I'm 8. No, man, there were 10 very large, very drunk men who are currently involved in a musical outside of the bar. I can see
I love it.
just leaving because things have gotten far too weird.
That reminds me of that Monty Python lumberjack song.
I am a lumberjack and I'm okay. I work all night and I sleep all day. I wear high heels and a bra just like my dear papa.
Yep.
Isn't that a
Down
vampire?
trees, skip and jump. I like to press wildflowers.
No, wait a minute. Isn't that a vampire? I sleep all day and work all night?
Yeah,
No, it's a lumberjack.
The
Pay
lumberjack
attention.
song. Oh, us. Or maybe he says he sleeps all night, works all day. But anyway, whatever. It's funnier my way. Stop it. You're ruining everything, dude. He's just a total
Now
buzzkill.
I'm thinking about Lupins.
He wasn't a lumberjack. He was building a coffin. Stress and snark.
Stress and snark.
That didn't come out right.
I guess not. That'd be my guess.
No,
Sorry,
I just
I was
don't know.
being.
I just don't know if I did the right thing.
Well, what's the point in telling
Well,
us that?
it's too late now, motherfucker.
The color, the temperature, pH balance. I want details.
No, that freeze-dried candy thing. I actually ordered a new machine.
Why candy?
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fine because you got a great support system and candy eating people and
But why,
a little small town to get it started.
why can't?
That's all a bunch of pluses.
But just why candy?
Because I already do it sitting here at home bored.
Okay,
Because tomatoes wouldn't sell as good.
but correct me if I'm wrong. If you're going to be selling candy, aren't you going to be subject to all the FDA bullshit?
No, I'm just gonna do a 6-month proof of concept here in this small town.
You're still gonna have to put all the ingredients and processes on the packaging.
Oh yeah, the candy itself, the ingredients and everything stays the same. I take it right off the packaging. All over Amazon, there's freeze-dried candies. Most of them aren't even putting ingredients on there and stuff, but I want to.
I would advise you to, just on the general principle. Like, I'm not monetized, right? But I run a complete show that is totally monetizable. Why? Because that's the way YouTube wants you to work it. So you might as well learn the craft as it is and not as you want it to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know it.
Yeah, no. Once I actually establish a business and actually sign it under an LLC and stuff like that, there's certain things I gotta follow.
Country Boy has
here in this small town, just as a soft release to see if there's even any interest. I'm not that worried about it.
Well, I mean, there's interest in the bigger market.
Yeah, but you're not actually making the candy. You're just freeze drying it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Freeze drying.
What about the nutrition label?
So you could feasibly just pop open the package, freeze dry it, put it back in the package, and then put that package inside your packaging. That way, all of the information is there, and there can't be no debate that you're using Sexlets instead of Skittles or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, those are two totally different candies.
Yeah.
Right? If you ordered a bunch of Skittles and got a whole bunch of freeze-dried Sexlets, you'd be pissed, wouldn't you?
I'd be pissed.
I complained to the manager.
I'm going through Sticker Mule. So far, I have been making my labels for the front, company logo and all that. And on the back, I'll just take the information directly off of the package of candy. I'll take a picture of it.
Whopper yet? Have you freeze dried a Whopper?
No.
Oh my God.
Fruits and vegetables.
Have you?
No, but dear God, I want to immediately. Like, how much are these things? Where can I get them?
I don't know. I already got to put a bunch of ketchup and mustard and shit on there just so it's not so dry and whatnot.
No, not that type of Whopper. I'm talking candy. We've been talking candy.
Oh, you're like malted milk balls. I'm sorry.
Fucking Whopper.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking cheeseburger, man.
No, I've seen milk duds.
Cheeseburger.
No, I've done the milk duds. Milk duds come out.
Milk duds are caramel, though. That's a little different. A malted milk
that's
is hard and crunchy, and I don't know how it would turn out on the other end of a freeze drying.
Oh, tell me what
you gotta do Raisinets if you did all that other stuff.
Tell me what you think of this one. Now, if I take Starburst, put them in the oven at 145 degrees for 10 minutes, they'll actually soften, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I can take an injector and inject the centers with caramel and then put those in and freeze dries those. So it would be caramel centers.
Ew. Why would you do that, though? That's disgusting.
Really?
No. All right. If you're going to do something like that, first of all, dear God, would you please just not Starburst? Why would you fruit and caramel? Okay, all right. Artificial.
I mean,
fruit.
like marshmallow or something, but not Starburst. Gross.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Exactly.
Okay.
It's the fruit that's the problem. The artificial fruit flavor.
But you have to try it now that you thought of it, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
I was just
one little package to do it.
You don't
After
have to.
Tonight, I'm going to McDonald's to get an actual Whopper and try a Whopper and get some candy Whoppers. I want to.
If you can get a Whopper from McDonald's, I goddamn call you wizard every day of the week.
Burger King. Sorry.
You don't even have to do anything injectable. When you stick those fruit things in the oven, they'll get soft, and you can just roll them flat. Lay out the things that you want in it and roll it up and then cut it in little pieces. I've made candy. That's how you would do that.
Okay. Wow, nobody liked that idea. Caramel in the
And then, no.
Because fruit flavors and caramel aren't usually a combination. It's quite possible they could be ultimately delicious.
I don't see it coming. It's just
I don't see it happening. But
cherry and caramel, I'm sorry, that's not a good one, man. It's not. Raspberry and caramel, that's not going to end well. Okay. I just don't. I just don't see.
But you think?
But you could try it. You're
But
just sitting there at
no,
your
hold
house
on.
anyway.
But you think maybe doing that with marshmallows, caramel centered
Fuck
marshmallow?
yeah. Fuck
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Absolutely.
And that'll work
Ice
out. 'cause
cream. Put some caramel in the
because-
middle of that ice cream and then dehydrate it or whatever.
Throw
Well,
your
the
pat
ice
of
cream
off in the
would-
mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, because the caramel's got to be hot. I use an injector, and that caramel's got to be hot so it doesn't start gooing up and getting gummy in my injector.
Right.
When you get the caramel warmed up, you can add a little bit more of a moisture ingredient. One of the ingredients is in it. It's moist. Put it in there. Then it's a thinner consistency, and then you can just
Caramel
inject that bitch when it's
ingredients.
not so hot, and then hurry up and run over to the freeze dryer and get in there real quick.
It don't work that way. Caramel only has 2 ingredients: sugar and water. There is nothing else.
Then add some water, and I
Outer
think it's
Not
milk
there.
and milk and sugar. It's
Outer
milk and sugar.
territories, I accept that challenge and that title.
There's a challenge. There's a challenge. Fuck yeah, peeps.
Film
Oh my
that
God, y'all.
That's
You remember
new
at Easter? There
Film
was
that
watermelon fucking
that
peeps.
Go freeze immediately. I want you to go get off this freaking panel right now and go film me you freeze drying a whole rack of peeps, however many you can fit in there.
What time is it here?
See, you put just the stand cam
11:30 at night.
and
There's
just
nowhere to get peeps. 11:30 at night here. Shit. After
You'll-
8 a.m., you're lucky if the gas station's open.
I swear to God, if you do that,
you're not
video,
gonna find any peeps
right.
anywhere right now.
you'll end up on Man News.
Okay,
There's not
so
a
But that's the thing about peeps, since
Okay.
they're
hold
seasonal,
on.
they're a premium.
You could do trees. You could do that seasonally too. Yeah, there's all kinds of those horrible little things. I hate those things. They taste terrible. They're horrible. I'm one of those guys who made a video of how you eat peeps and just dump them in the trash and walk away. Not a fan.
Well, that sounds like what a Sasquatch would do.
We shall rule with a firm but benevolent hand, but we will rule.
Y'all think I'm joking, but I got my ledger book right here. I'm putting them in there, peeps. We're gonna try it.
Take notes, motherfucker. Listen, we'll make you famous. But you got to do one of these
Wait,
things.
what's the next peep season?
Let's see. Currently, we're going into Halloween, so it'll be pumpkins and stuff.
Yeah, there ought to be some Halloween ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving, there'll be turkeys.
Just don't get pumpkin flavored ones. That's disgusting.
Okay, I'm even right in here. Peeps for
But
Sasquatch.
next April, you get some of them watermelon ones. Holy shit, those were so good. I must have bought 10 packs of them and ate 9 of them. I don't mean 8, 9. I mean I eated 9 of them.
Snark. I was such a weirdo when I was a teenager. I bought some toe socks and cut the toes out of them so that I could have my toes free in my boots. I know.
Wow.
I know. I ran across somebody like way later. I had like a couple of dozen of those socks, and I come across somebody way later. I took my boots off and I had toe socks on in my boots, and she was like, "That is the same thing I've ever seen anyone do." And I'm like, "What?" She said, "You're wearing toe socks, but you cut the toes out of your toe socks. I don't like the scene."
Okay,
Are you
so
Like you didn't know you did that.
No, I told you both feet.
Okay, so when I get the peeps and the whoppers, I'll do the peeps and the whoppers. I'll do a video, and I'll somehow we'll hook up and I'll send it to you, Sasquatch, and you can cut it
Dude,
up, do a
you got
short.
a channel, right? Don't you
Huh?
got a channel? You got a channel,
Yeah.
don't you?
I abandoned the channel. I don't do anything on it.
Just upload it. I'll come get it off your channel. You
Yeah,
ain't got
but
to.
You don't
I'm
know
not
what
gonna
toe
edit
socks
you.
are?
Huh?
Holy smackerels. Hey,
Let me get over here to my sock drawer.
we're fixing to change your whole life. These things exist. They're real. You can wear
They're
socks
real.
all the time and feel like you're out in the grass. It's freaking amazing.
Fuck are my toe socks?
If you
You
can
wear
tolerate
with toe shoes too, man.
Ah, there they are.
Shoes that have toes in them. There's actual shoes that have toes in them. It's crazy.
Yeah, those aren't so good for
They
you.
aren't great. No, they're not. They spread you. See, you've worn shoes your whole life. So if you put a pair of those shoes on within a week, you'll have a foot injury.
Here, let me get big.
Get
Here
big.
I come, Blair. Oh, it's inside out. Toes. Whoa. I hate that backward shit. Get that toe out.
It's
So,
like gloves.
Toes.
Toes.
Yeah, Mama Dingo got some good foot videos going on down there, yeah.
Hold up.
She says it's about her socks, but we all
Ooh.
know.
Hey.
What are toes? They're like toe gloves. Yes.
Yes.
And a regular sock is like a toe mitten almost.
Country boy can't stand having stuff between his toes, I bet you. Dude, listen, no, it's really annoying for like the first 10 minutes. But after that first 10 minutes, you realize that all of your life, your shoes have shoved your toes into a little fist inside your shoe. And that's not how your foot's supposed to do. I grew up, I had one pair of shoes a year until I was 20. I hope they last.
Hey, toe mittens would be what you wear socks with your flip-flops.
Those are ninja foots.
Right. Japan used to make them, but these would be American ones.
Yeah, I'm not. But I worked in a bunch of construction industries, and I just had to get over having gloves. And one thing I could never get over was having these 3 fingers covered. I would cut those fingers out. Every pair of gloves I ever owned.
Hey, country boy, you know that it gets cold for those 4 fucking days every year. It'd be nice to have some comfy, warm socks.
We get 4 days a year that's absolutely perfect. It's just different in each state.
Support your local Southern, y'all.
Send me some shrimp and grits. Let me go to the sea cow.
That's Louisiana there. I still haven't had that. I love grits.
My man say he got a banana hammock.
Y'all know Simon Whistler. One of the sponsors of his shows is, oh God, what's it called? It's men's underwear that has separate compartments for your bits and your bots.
I got some of those
in the underwear.
I'm a huge fan.
So none of that stuff has to twist up together or whatever the fuck happens down there. I don't understand it. Never have.
Right. Yeah, no, they do make artist gloves with these 3 fingers clear, but those gloves don't stand up to OSHA treatment.
Yeah.
Like I was hanging steel and like building skyscrapers and shit. Artist gloves aren't going to cover it. I wasn't supposed to be cutting those fingers.
God damn it. No fucking hell.
Is it on fire?
Ow. Motherfucker.
Is it on fire? Is it bleeding?
I was sitting cross-legged and my fucking crazy ass, whatever the fuck's wrong with my ankle. I didn't. Oh God! Now it just hurts.
Oh, it's old.
Dear. I gotta go see if those peas are refrozen.
Surely not.
So far, Sasquatch, I've got Jolly Rancher, Starburst, Skittles, ice cream scoops, caramel sour apple pops, ice cream sandwiches, milk duds, and I haven't tried the Whoppers or the Peeps, but I will try those.
I want you to film the Peeps. You film those Peeps, brother. You film them.
This I will do.
If you never upload, if you never do anything with it, you will enjoy watching it. I've seen something like this before. It's going to be great. Tell you, you'll make man news.
Oh, I won't. I'll give it to you for your channel. I mean, I'll keep, I'll keep a copy of myself for if I start a channel for the business later somewhere. But for immediate content and stuff, I'll send it to you. Use it.
Your business, I'll make it a fucking commercial.
Oh, there you go. I could film like 4 or 5.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. It's easy enough to set up a steady cam that's just sitting there, and you go about your business, and you've just recorded an hour's worth of something, and chop, and that's content. Uh-oh. Dog's barking. I gotta go see if my peas are refroze.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are merely waiting to find out with bated breath whether or not Snark and Sass's peas have refrozen. Later, we will return to the dreadful ending of Lost Dog's Lost Dog. I should have been a radio personality. I'm just not pretty enough for TV.
Nice. Oh, it was the train's fault, I swear.
Apparently, Captain Curmudgeon's uploading his, what's the name of it? Get Off My Lawn Blues. I love that guy. I really do.
Dude, I can't wait to be the old man on the porch yelling at kids, "Get off my fucking lawn!"
Right? That's we were talking one night, and he was like, "Do you remember when you first came up with your name for your channel and what you were going to do?" I said, "I remember when I came up with the name for my channel, and then later when I realized what I was going to do with it, I remember that time too." And he was like, "I was taking a right," and he named the intersection, and he's like, "I looked at my wife and said I should be a regular Captain Curmudgeon," and then he screamed, "Get off my lawn!" And then he went home, pulled some crap out of his closet, put it on, sat down, and did his first episode, uploaded it. For 2 years, 2.5 years, this man sat here with 90 some odd subs making political punditry videos, current events videos. He was doing the whole Dennis Miller thing, not necessarily the news type stuff. And he kept on. And finally I'm like, "Hey man, I'll make you a deal. If you'll do a parody song, I'll do a parody song." And he's like, "I don't know, man. I really don't sing." I said, "Well, how about this? I'll do a parody song. You match it." And we both did one, and he did one. But apparently he filmed like 5 that week. He did a whole bunch.
Oh, wow.
Right. And he uploaded one, and it didn't do well. So he waited like 5 or 6 days. And he uploaded another one, and it didn't do real well. And then it did. He went from like 27 views, 50 views, 25 views, 179,000 views.
Wow.
Yeah. Homie went from 80 subscribers to like 1,500 in a week and a half or something like that.
Wow. I think my best video I ever had on any of my channels was like 1,200 views. That was it, man.
Well, I always say you learn nothing from doing something right.
That's true. That's absolutely right. No, you must make mistakes in life. What these kids nowadays don't understand, with everything being handed to you, you're only learning half of the information you need.
Not even. No one asks why anymore. It's the weirdest thing, dude. I was watching a dude being trained down here at one of these restaurants, and they were talking about all the things you need to do. And not once did I hear that kid ask why about anything at all. Nowhere in there. And there was this big, long conversation about, because she wouldn't let him go because she wanted him to know what to do, how to do, and why to do it. Because sometimes why makes you do it when you don't want to do it, right? You know, like you sterilize a bathroom because sick people use bathrooms too. Yeah. So you sterilize it when you clean it. You don't just clean the bathroom. You don't just go in and make it look clean. You actually sterilize the damn thing. That's the way that works.
Aren't you supposed? Wait a minute. Aren't you supposed to do that?
Right, but if you know why you do it, it makes it easier for you to just go ahead and do it because it has to be done. Does that make sense? I guess maybe I'm working.
No. I agree.
Hey, y'all. Who's going to tell him?
Hey, how am I? Oh, it's dark and sad. New ankle? Boy,
I think I'm focusing on the delicate flower part.
No, Lily, this one.
Give her a new ankle, be her boy toy for the weekend, hit the lottery, split it with her, all the above, whatever.
This is Snark and Sass we're talking about. She'd be good with a couple of shots and pay her fucking power bill. Pay her rent for a month. You're good.
Shit, I'd be good with that.
You know me. You know me.
I know. Credit where credit's due.
See, it's you
Well, they're
didn't make
frozen enough,
mistakes,
Swiss Miss.
Ramadino. You weren't making mistakes. You didn't make 5 mistakes before you got it right. You found 5 ways that it shouldn't happen. That's
That
all.
you can't do that, right? 5 ways that doesn't work. You don't have to try
True, true.
If you always do
So the
something and
peas
you get it right,
the peas are nice
you'll
and
never
cold.
learn.
But I just showed my son my ankle, and he goes, "Oh my god!" Because it swelled up so much from the time that I took the peas and put them back in the freezer.
Oh, wow.
It is really swelling right. I just took Benadryl and ibuprofen also. So hopefully I'll still have 2 feet next month.
You know, when you sit down too suddenly and you bruise your butt bone a little bit, it makes you want to cry, but you don't quite cry because it's not that bad. But damn, it kind of doesn't hurt exactly. It's like hitting your funny bone, but when you sit down, that's what you're bruising, or your cockles. That's the feeling.
What?
Cockles, the cockles. He's like, I don't even know what cockles are. The cockles are little
Oh, I wasn't reading.
of your pelvis. I know because
It's my shy cuss words that form the cockles every time. Hey, as long as we both have cockles, the world's all right.
Okay, no,
I don't
Mom,
know what that meant either.
You could make the mistake a dozen times as long as it's not exactly the same mistake for exactly the same reason. You shouldn't do that no more than once, twice, 3 times tops.
Never think failure is a bad thing.
Failure is not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
Perfect example. When I started my channel, I went on vacation and I crashed all my troll accounts. And for like a week, I didn't do anything. And then I started Caucasian Sasquatch and I come on vacation. And there's a few little bits of video there that are really disconnected and don't have any bearing on the channel, right? And then after that, it falls into sort of a groove of doing shorts and a few long form things and more shorts and jokes and shorts and shorts. Anyway, the very first edited, coordinated, produced video I made was a short called Odin Seas. I did the whole 9 yards. I put on freaking outfit, did the voiceover, did effects, the whole 9, right? A little compilation of people doing stupid things. I learned nothing from it. Because if you go, well, I learned a few things because there were things about it I didn't like, but it went 45,000 views overnight and killed my freaking phone with notifications. While it was charging.
Didn't learn a damn thing, right?
Didn't learn a damn thing. But like I said, I did learn some stuff. Like, for instance, I learned that I don't like the format that I had when I started. I didn't like the way the sound was handled with the programs I was using, and I didn't like the method I used to record them. And I immediately fixed all of that and ruined my sound worse, eventually fixed it, got my editing down to a bit more of a smooth bit. I've put in, I don't know, 3,000 hours on this trash. I ought to have a few skills. You got to admit, they're way prettier than they used to be.
I don't always get the wild man humor, the cocksquatch humor. I don't always get your fucking jokes on your little things. I'm just sitting, sometimes you'll see I put the consternated face down. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. But because I don't want to like, say a bunch of stuff.
You can tell me whatever the hell you're thinking about.
You did one the other day that I'm sorry, but it was awful.
Which one?
It was just awful. It wasn't funny. It didn't make any damn sense, but I don't remember what it was now.
Okay, good.
And I don't know if you did it the other day because they don't show you dates on the shorts feed.
No. I think it probably got done weeks and weeks ago. It just was published. I stay about 20 days ahead on shorts. I'm constantly doing remixes, and if I find one I like better, or I come up with some better way to do a particular one, I'll go and delete the one that's in there and upload the new one to the date that it'll be. I try to get to it before it publishes.
Good to see you, Mitch. And Swiss Miss is fucking right every fucking time.
Dude, this microphone right here, this motherfucker right here, this son of a bitch. Inside of this microphone, there's a little wire cable ribbon strip thing, right? That strip thing is split. It is not functioning properly.
Because you threw it against the wall 42 times?
No. I handled this thing just as gently as I do this one. The difference is this one was broken when it showed up, but I've never
Oh,
messed with sound equipment, so I didn't realize it was broken. I just kept trying to make it work, and eventually I was like, I don't know what's up. I have no idea. And
yeah, I
my wife
remember. It was
just
a
buy a new
goddamn
mic.
nightmare.
She said to buy a new mic, and I got this one. And in getting this one, I got this amazing sultry sound. But I also lost the ability to do echo effects. I lost my ability to do sound effects and stuff. That whole branch of it. That's why I haven't done anything new in the Odin Seeds category. I don't have the
Doesn't
right.
that where isn't that in some software somewhere?
It is, but the software I've found doesn't do a metered echo properly. It's a reverb, not an actual hollow room echo. I've got Audacity and I've been playing with it. When I get it going, I'm going to do it, and I'll go in.
Oh, it's the thing. I thought you were just saying how you that Audacity. I'm like, fuck yeah, you do.
Yeah, you saw the Sweet Child of Mine parody. I have Audacity. That thing was terrible. That was some of my worst work I've ever done. It's bad. It's so bad they didn't even copyright claim it.
Oh man, that's a blow to the ego.
Right? At least my hurt my Snuffleupagus hurt parody. At least it got copyright claimed.
Did it?
Yeah, that made me.
Oh man,
oh, it's fine. Ain't nobody seen that shit. It's got like 29 views.
I'm one of them.
It's terrible. It's not as bad as the Sweet Child of Mine parody, but it's pretty bad.
I mean, technically, I've heard you do it live better than that particular recording of it, but you know, right. Who's gonna tell us Sasquatch sucks?
Everyone. And let me tell you, man, when I first recorded the Sweet Child of Mine bullshit, right? I got this one guy who comes into my chat as he's some of the old troll buddies that I used to hang out with, and I went to school with this guy, so like I actually know him, and turned out we were trolling the same channels and stuff, and it was kind of funny, ha 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 ha, right? Well, now of course he's one of my primary trolls, and he's trying to get into my chat to get a mod so that he can seriously troll on my channel, and I know what he's doing. And he's like, dude, your method is absolutely unflappable. I said, I know. You can't get a mod in my channel until you come on my channel and I see your face. Like get addresses and shit, phone numbers and stuff. Like I'll be calling your mama and asking if you was a good kid and who you people are.
Oh, don't call my mama. She'll liable to invite you over.
If you find a way to call my mama, I'd like to know, because that'd be cool.
As if she bakes,
she's in heaven, you know what I'm saying?
I'll bring the milk.
No, I grew up with a biker mama. You're right up her alley, buddy.
Ooh, son, tattoos and piercings. Well, I like my well just a little on the trashy side. And they wear the clothes too tight and their hair is dyed. I'll put a little bacon grease behind one ear, a little bit of maple syrup behind the other ear, lean over and ask her what she wants for breakfast.
Well, you better only lean towards me with the bacon ear. I don't smell no fucking maple syrup. That's gross.
What?
Lean on me with your bacon ear. That's another sentence you never thought you'd hear. I'm on a roll.
Bro. What's up, Mitch? Good to see you, bro. So I got a sinus infection.
Don't you always?
Well, usually I've got allergies that are happening. It's not usually an actual infection, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's right. It's just that one story about that one infection that you had for 20 years or something that was horrible.
No, dude, that shit was crazy.
Yeah.
You see this bag under my eye here?
Yeah.
That is from that infection being gone. That it's not there anymore. I can no longer read properly because it gives me a headache because my eyes aren't centered anymore.
Don't they make like glasses for that or something?
It doesn't adjust your line of sight because this eye is actually further back into my skull than this eye is.
Damn. This lady knows me.
On the other.
Butter. Butter.
Soy milk, but it'd break me out. Yeah, baby. I shared you out before I came up.
What'd you do?
I shared the live stream.
Okay, because just like 34 seconds ago, I was thinking, I don't think I know this guy.
He seems to be okay. I haven't personally met him. I haven't like eaten dinner with the family or nothing. But seems
And
all right.
then an extra special thanks for dropping by, Mitch. You didn't even know what you were walking into.
No clue. Although it couldn't possibly be as bad as this morning when I was restreaming Richie's stream. Have you ever been to one of his?
No, every time you try to send me somewhere, I don't ever go back. So no.
Smartest thing I've ever heard you say.
Fuck you. Damn. With love.
So Richie is a truther channel. He so hard wants to break into like that Alex Jones zone where he gets to sell supplements and stuff. Like real hardcore wants to be a full blown on conspiracy files truther channel. And so, his channel attracts like the strangest people on earth, like the weirdest folks you could possibly imagine.
Oh, I absolutely know. Yeah.
I attract goblins, Bigfoot hunters, pixie hunters,
Weirdos.
weirdos, random channels. This guy is like a moth to the flame. And I'm surprised he doesn't have a cult. I'll be honest. But for weird freakazoids, it's a moth to the flame, bro. They just flock to it. It's amazing.
See, I watch all that stuff. I'm always watching all the alternative what if this is the way, except they aren't saying what if. They're going,
Right.
oh, they're like saying it like it's just true or whatever. But I don't, I love watching them. But then when I go to a real channel with regular people running a channel about that same stuff, I can't be there very long because I have to start saying stuff, and then I know that's not a welcome thing, and I don't want to, offend anybody or anything.
This morning, we were going to be looking at 14 minutes of Mars rover video that supposedly proves that the Mars rover is not on Mars. Right?
What?
I had it all
I
laid
heard y'all. I was listening when that was weird.
He ran 1 minute 27 seconds of a 14-minute video series of videos that were available, and then Column came up and he explained what we were doing, and Column didn't shut up for 37 minutes straight. I timed him
because he knows all this stuff. He had to share it so everybody knows the truth. Yeah.
Okay.
Motivated.
So, but that's 007.
Hey, Onion, how you doing? I hadn't missed anybody, have I?
Miss me.
How the hell could I miss you? Every time I turn around, you're there.
Right, you can't get away. I came up with a plan. I came up with an absolutely diabolical plan.
We have one that can see you.
Are you going to tell us all about it before we escape and it goes all wrong?
I don't know if I should tell y'all. Someone may hear it.
Hey,
Okay.
Danny.
Okay.
What the fuck?
So I was thinking I've been making about 3 shorts a day for the past 3 weeks, and I've been uploading them and scheduling them to be released one a day out like a couple of months, right? So what if I keep doing that, but every day I schedule one to upload, say, 2 days before Christmas, New Year's Eve, right? And I just keep keep doing it. And I set it up so that 50 an hour publish on New Year's Eve. They're all already uploaded. It just switches over. It shouldn't even be an issue, right? It just goes to the feed. I could be all the shorts, all of them.
You could.
I could do like 50 an hour. Have it just publish every hour for 24 hours. Have close to 2,000 shorts in the freaking thing. I could be all the shorts. Hey, all of them me.
I don't know if you'd have to do 50 an hour, but one every 10 minutes maybe.
I'm just saying, but I think if you've got a year to do it and you're doing 3, 4, 5, 7 a day, and just every day you upload 7 a day, but you schedule 1, 2, 20% of them or so to all upload on a single freaking day.
That would last for like the entire month. You'd have so many shorts on. That would last, man.
I don't know. That's the test. That's what I want to know. But can I actually offset the number of shorts actually in the feed by uploading enough shorts to publish at the same time to overburden the algorithm in my favor?
See, but would it? Because the algorithm.
Diabolical.
At least for the first 42 to 72 hours, he'll have so many uploads just in that one day.
I might get 500,000 views.
All YouTube would be able to do is recommend his videos.
He couldn't do that.
All that would be in the top 10,000 list is his videos.
It's
all that would be recommended for like 2 days is his videos.
It would be diabolical if it was actually, hurting somebody or something.
I'm sure there would be some up and coming YouTuber out there who would swear that I killed his channel because he was doing his great unveil on that day, and all that was there was me. I kind of want to do like 60 videos of me just laughing.
Dude, that could be a good thing for me.
Have like 20 of them uploaded an hour, and then do 20 of a different type, and then 20 of a different type. And just keep sending them to the same freaking day until they tell me to stop.
When I first got on TikTok, it took me people getting on to me all the time and stuff before I realized that I didn't have to actually publish the 20 fucking TikTok videos I made that night in one day. Right then.
To figure out the scheduling system. Once I figured out the scheduling system, I had to take a step back from it to think that over real good, because that's the most important part. They want you to do things regularly. So if you're going to do a particular type of upload, you should do it the same time, the same day, every week. I'm real bad just finishing some shit and uploading it. Like, let's get it out there. Real bad. That's bad. That's naughty. If you're trying to do a monetized channel, you should plan this out in such a way so that you do a little bit of content every day, some kind of how. Yeah. You want to look forward far enough that you can put together compilation videos of the things that you're doing. So that
my analytics look like.
Yeah. Dude, mine looks like a freaking heartbeat. I'm not joking. It is regular as clockwork, except
no, mine's not. It's chaos.
Always do shorts, right? So my views can drop off completely if I go 2 or 3 weeks without putting up a short. My views go right. But then I'll turn around.
It's like I'm not trying to be monetized because that just sounds like a lot of stress and work and shit.
Right.
I'm just having fun and trying to keep everybody amused and whatnot, right?
I am trying to figure out how to make better content easier so I can tell you how to make better content easier and I can watch it.
Well, so I started using the hashtag thing like in the titles or in the description, depending and whatnot. And because, I'd been watching these creator teacher people, and that's what they said, that those really, really helped the algorithm hone in and blah, blah, blah. Well, I was doing that pretty regular with the videos. I was trying to at least put one hashtag something in every title. And then I just quit because, it was pretty much just my diary is what it
diary.
was happening. I'm showing kittens and going, look at the flowers I grew. But
Right.
then I quit doing it, period, because I slacked off on posting much of anything. And then today or yesterday or whatever that was, I started doing that remix button and I made 2 or 3 of them. And like if there was 3 of them, 2 of them, one of them's over 1,000 and one of them's over 2,000 views with no hashtags. I mean, how the fuck? I don't understand it, and I don't want to have to stress it, but
Tell you how
I
you
do
handle
put the hashtag in if I want somebody who's looking something up about it. I want to be in the
on your
results.
phone.
But
You have something called a notepad.
yes,
Go to that notepad one day, open up a
yes.
fresh note, and go in and think about all the things your channel's about and do the hashtag this, the hashtag that, hashtag this. And then when you go to upload a video, go back to that notebook and you can copy paste the hashtags you want. It won't take just a minute to do it.
Oh
And you
yeah.
don't fresh.
I've got pinned things in my clipboard so
Of
that I
course.
don't have to type all that shit out.
Right.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. My fingers put to better use harassing people or whatever.
Okay,
Hello,
guys. Well,
Grim.
it's midnight here. Y'all have a great evening and hope tomorrow goes good for everyone. I'll check you later.
Bye, dog.
Thank you for having
Peace
me,
out,
sir.
brother.
Oh, it's always a pleasure.
I feel like me and that man could drink a lot of alcohol together.
Hey,
And
what about
maybe
me?
fighting in a mud puddle. Hello, Grim.
You don't want me getting drunk. you know,
Oh.
you already know.
Honey. Honey.
Oh, hey, Grim.
Welcome to the Grim Reaper Network, a distinctly underground affair.
Snarl and Sassa. That's a good one. That's a new one. If I can figure out what Sassa meant, might be able to work it into my shtick.
You have a shtick? All right.
Oh, I got shtick. I got plenty of shtick. That's about all I am is shtick. Remember, I'm an unserious person. I'm a goddamn Muppet cartoon.
Stop it. They're going to figure me out. All I am is shtick. I'm actually a loosely associated group of 80s movies quotes. That's it. That's the extent. I say those things that you vaguely remember from the commercial.
Motherfucker.
But you should call me Sasquatch.
KSNS, Snarkin' Sass Radio. And I say that on a video channel none of the videos that are KSNS have got a goddamn lick of music in them because, irony and
a bunch of fake commercials.
That sounded like fun.
Right. I've done several. I've got a whole bunch of them over here. It's Welcome to Sasquatch Radio, where the technical issues are part of the show. And
yeah.
I've got some other stupid stuff. Hold on. Wait a second. Some of this is actually kind of all right. It might sound pretty bad because since StreamYard's added this noise cancellation, background noise cancellation stuff, it has trashed out my ability to play sounds through my desktop. It kind of sucks.
They did what?
They added a background noise, a noise gate. They added a noise gate. It's noise reduction is what they call it. And
separate from the little echo cancellation thing?
Is a new thing, right?
Is it something you got to tick off, or is it just
you
there?
Turn it on or off. It's. I think it's already on when you first start. If you haven't touched it,
I haven't seen it.
It's in there. Go look at your audio settings. You'll see it. I got the Alex Jones Squirrel Revival. How about this one? Concrete Truck.
Concrete Truck.
Yeah. Can you hear that? Hello?
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah.
On I-16.
Okay.
Um, yeah, no, tell her to call AAA. I I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I I'm not near I-16.
I'm sorry,
No,
babe.
it's like an hour and a half away. Oh, just swing by and go get her. Because wait, was she driving the old concrete truck? What? Look, man, this is the last time I'm going to drag you out of the fire like this. Don't do it and stop giving that girl the keys to my concrete truck. Why? Who? Oh, no keys anymore because you hotwired it. Well, of course it's not a good mud bogging truck. It's half full of solid concrete. Yeah, no, it's cheap. Um, no, do not dynamite the back of that truck. I'll figure something out with it. I don't know. Look, give a fucking truck home and stop it. Just quit it. Put it back out there in the swamp. Let some hobo live in it, but don't drive it around. God, that thing is dangerous. That's the stupidity. I got a bunch of those. I did a whole bunch of them. I did them all like one night while I was drinking.
I have a feeling it's a good thing neither one of us have mind reading abilities, because if we were to multiply by the power of exponential the crazy shit going on in both our brains, which seems to be real close to each other, like we both have a lot of real similar crazy shit rolling around up there all the time, looking for the stick, working out my stick.
I got
I
another
started
one.
using the word stick about a month and a half ago, and I ain't gonna stop.
This was called Skunk 81, and I can't remember what it is exactly. So if it goes weird, I'm immediately going to end it.
Or go to sleep.
Hello? Yeah, I'll accept the charges. I mean, what is it, Skunk Ape? He did what? Well, how the hell did he get that many bees in the bar in the first place, man? I mean, what? Where did you find a beekeeper at 4 a.m.? Okay, what? Just never mind. Never mind. What are the charges? What? What are the charges? Right? Well, what did you bite them or something? Right, because you wouldn't get in because you're covered in bees. But did they take you to the hospital at least? Oh, that's where you've been the past week. Right. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. You chill out for a couple hours. I'll see what I can do on this end, and we'll lock it right down for you. Don't sweat it. Ridiculosity itself, right?
You know, I I just find almost everything you do is familiar, except for when you go way into Sasquatch humor. Somewhere in there, I get really lost. Yeah, I'm still mad at you for calling me an unserious person. You know it's shtick.
Well, the thing is, if anybody takes you too seriously, right?
Oh, they hate me.
Right, right. So like, I never take anything seriously at first. I have to sit and think on it and
Yeah.
decide exactly how you're screwing with my head. And if I can't figure it out, I might come to you and be like, "Look, are you serious?" But so far, you usually just screwing with my head.
Well, I'm not. Well, I'm sorry your head is screwy, but I'm just being funny and happy and naturally wonderful. What are we reading?
Um,
Your lips are moving. I know you're reading.
oh, here we go. Here we go. I got a bunch of these. Never uploaded them. I'm a moron.
Hello? Oh, hey, Lorenzo, what's up? Yeah? Oh, she did. And she left you at the bar. A rugby team. Look, man, when you're dating a younger chick, sometimes they get these wild hairs. You just kind of got to roll with the flow or get over it or leave her or whatever you're going to do. Reno. What the fuck are you doing in Reno? You're supposed to have some sound effects on my. Mary. Dude, she's a call girl. No, you didn't just meet her online. She straight stalked you, dude. No, she. How much is bail? Just,
That
I don't know. I'll talk to my lawyer. Just don't call back.
man,
So
if it wasn't so hard to match up sounds that were recorded in different places and so that it doesn't sound all choppy weird.
yeah,
In my head just now, all these, I'm sitting here pretending I'm on the other end, and I'm like seeing. I worked it out that I couldn't do it because of sound problems, but I fill in the blank.
I'm not sure what this is.
Well, if you don't know,
Oh no, it's another one.
Good evening, caller. You're on the air on Sasquatch Radio. What do you have to say?
Oh shit.
Sasquatch, I'm coming to get you. Well, that is just disturbing.
Disturbing.
Bye.
goddamn.
I had this whole bit I was gonna do involving Mysterio Sam Squanch and mustachioed long hair and pistachio.
Yeah, I remember. I wondered what
I
happened
said
with
never
that.
getting YouTubes together on a projects like herding cats, rabid cats,
I know I can't ever get anybody to play with me.
feral rabid cats, bipolar, psychotic feral rabid cats. Oh Lord, I got another one. I got a real good one, but I can't remember what it was named.
When you get done with that one, run over to my page and do those 2 shorts that are the most recent. They're fucking hilarious. Plus, I deserve time too. I'm being silly. I'm not jealous much. I don't know. Bro, you ain't lying about that. What happened?
I think they're funny.
I was muted that whole time.
Yeah, I didn't know you was talking. That's why I kept talking. Didn't.
You are listening to Sasquatch Radio, where the news breaks are completely fake because I think they're funny.
I really need to go back and re-record some of these because they're
Raw men.
wait, what?
That's how Pastafarians say amen. I'm a Pastafarian.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm familiar.
Oh, okay. I wasn't used to you looking confused, so
I lost some of those. They sometimes. All right, so when I fixed my OBS, the way it was crashing my computer, you remember all the problems I was
yeah.
having? All right, so here's what it was. I downloaded a dock for my OBS that was supposed to be an automatic advanced scene switcher, right? Never worked. Just it installed wrong. I installed it wrong or something, and it never worked. And it would always pop up this thing whenever I'd turn it on. It'd be like, hey, these files are not there. Fix it. I tried uninstalling it. I tried all kinds of stuff. I installed the whole thing, reinstalled it, and redid all the updates, and ended up with the same warning. So I was like, I don't know what to
Yeah,
do.
you did that like 12 times.
Bunch. I did it a bunch.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with the installation process of it. And I was sitting there one night, and this is stupid. This is the way my autistic brain works. I went and got me a pint of rum. I did a show. It crashed. I had Untethered Live come on as co-host because he loves talking to the camera, and I figured he'd be a pretty good stagehand in the event that I crashed out because I knew it was going to happen.
He is the face of his own brand.
There ain't no other allowed.
I always pop in there, you know. I try not to go on church days, but then I never know when it's church day.
It's any day that's not Wednesday or Friday.
See, isn't that weird? Because Wednesday, in my experience, is a church day.
You know what?
But you know, me and him had that conversation. But I usually pop in. I may not say anything, but I always, you know, leave it up some and sit there for like 30 seconds or something because that's, you know, really, it's not my conversation. I couldn't stay much longer.
I don't think it's his conversation.
It's only his conversation.
Well, let me explain it from my perspective because I've tried to have that conversation with him, right? I know him.
I adore him, but there's places I can't go.
Okay, no, I totally get it. But my understanding is that a series of horrendous events took place in his life, and he was doing the band grunge scene thing, right? And his whole channel was dedicated to that. And he prayed. And part of that prayer was like, I'll do this thing, and I'm going to do that thing. And you can't stop me from doing that thing. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to stop you from doing it. I'm just saying, do that and, right?
Right. Diversify and conquer.
Just, you've got 1 million hours of you reading the Bible. Go and find the best courses of you speaking in particular things and do all of the freaking chapter and verse as shorts. Upload that shit back to back to back. Do 2 or 3 a day for the next 2 years, dude. He's got 5 years of Bible reading on that fucking channel. The same content.
You know, one day we had, you know, back at the beginning of me going to hang out there, I'd been there, and I think it was Star Trek. It was a Star Trek night.
Oh Lord, he is a Star Trek freak, dude. I'm sorry.
Me too. And we both think we know things, and we're right. And we butt heads. I mean, it wasn't a bad thing, you know. But I went in there another day shortly thereafter, and I was like, "Hey, what's the title on that?" He goes, "All the titles are the same except for the number," or something like that. I'm like, why the fuck would you make all the titles the same and you can't tell them apart unless you open up the whole damn video? You can't even see the whole title to tell which one it is. And he was like, "That's the way I do it." And I was like, "Oh, all right, that's the way you do it."
That's the way he does it, and there's no amount of conversation that will change his on it. The only thing, and I want to point this out, this is the one victory I can stand flat-footed state I incited. He was running around with 50 subscribers for years, got up to 96 subscribers on his own merits. When I started my channel, which I worked on his channel for almost a year before I started my channel and decided I want to make content, right? Because he wasn't taking any of the suggestions, none of the ideas. But about 3 weeks after, maybe a month after I started my channel, I called him at work and I was like, "You got them cats out back, right?" He's like, "Yeah, I can't get rid of them." I said, "I want you to go out there tomorrow and film a vertical," and told him how to make a short.
Yeah.
And he went out the next morning and he filmed it, but he didn't upload it. Or rather, he uploaded it wrong and it got like 9 views. And then he did it again wrong and it got like 7 views. And then he figured out a way to do it so that it would upload right, and it went up as a short and it got like 1,500 views or some shit. Like, in an hour. He got 15 subscribers. Dude was losing his mind. Cat videos as far as the eye can see. He feeds you.
But like I can't go into. Oh, you know who I'm talking about? Ska ska ska.
Yeah, no, it gets on your nerves, doesn't it? I know.
No, it's
I,
beyond that. It I start if I stayed there very long, I'd have some kind of episode. I'm not sure what kind, but some kind of episode. I don't know what. It's
is
not
it
like I feel the
AI
ASMR thing.
thing?
I never feel the ASMR thing. I
Okay.
still think y'all are all hallucinating, but
Um,
it
let
does
me-
something else to me.
It would be something else for you.
Yeah.
You might have that experience rubbing a satin dress or feeling
No.
silk to your face, or uh, it's
Maybe.
sort of related to the sensation you get when you walk through a spider web and there's that moment of absolute freaking terror.
Yeah.
It's like that without the spider web or the terror.
I don't know. It makes me feel like when people are screaming and yelling at each other up on the panel and nobody can even hear anybody because everybody's screaming and no, it's just
I'm not a
cacophony.
I'm
Is
not a fan.
you know,
Yes.
I don't find it soothing at all.
Well,
And
how is it
and that's not me talking
last
bad about anybody. Please don't let anybody think I'm being mean.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, and I'm asking, so like, honest opinion. You're not going to hurt my feelings on this. It's not my shtick. It's not what I do, right?
Right.
Uh, the performances, the live readings of movie scripts we've been doing,
I hope you're having fun doing those.
they're pretty fun. I'm not going to lie. The mistakes that we do backstage and some of the people I'm working with doing those are
Yeah.
absolutely phenomenal. Burnt
Well, see,
Flowers has more voices than I do and does them all better.
oh, that's awesome. See,
It
I
is
had to unring his bell. I had to unring the bell because I'm not going there anyway.
right.
But if you ever are going to be so proud and want to make sure that I'm there, you have to tell me because I don't get any bells.
Right. Well, I don't get notifications from my channel anymore because I get, I don't know, a couple of hundred comments a day at least. If I've got
Hey, do
a
you ever check your mentions? Because I keep mentioning you,
occasion,
and then I don't ever see you coming and saying nothing.
I don't check them regular. They used to be in a different spot in the menu, and they're up next to your notifications now.
Right,
And I only recently found the mentions where they are now. It's
right,
probably
right.
I lost them months ago. Couldn't
I
figure out
didn't
where.
even know there was one before. I thought they just added that new.
No, it was there. It was just in a different spot. You used to be able to go
Amos's?
to where the community tab is now. There was a mentions tab on that list.
Oh, there
Instead
was.
of being with the notifications.
Oh, okay. But
Are you
yeah,
a Kubrick stare challenge? I want you to. You familiar with Stanley Kubrick?
yeah. Well, I
Right.
mean, a
The,
little,
the
kind
Jack
of, mostly.
Nicholson, the Jack Nicholson stare into the camera from oh, what was it?
Didn't
The
I
Shine.
just see a meme that had like four faces all making the same thing? But I thought it was a different director guy.
Orb Puff.
West, or I don't know,
No,
one of those
different.
guys.
That's a different thing. Yeah, no, that's a different thing. This is there's a scene in The Shining where Jack Nicholson does nothing but stare at the camera criminally. Like
Oh,
60
I have
seconds.
not been able to sit all the way through The Shining yet, and I probably never will because it was the little bit I did do was scary as fuck. And
All right.
yeah,
The old Kubrick Shining is an addendum to the book. It's what
right.
happens in the book, but there's stuff in The Shining you will have no idea what's going on if you haven't read it. And there's other things in the movie that did not actually happen in the book, but must
Yeah,
have
he
happened.
took a lot of liberties.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen
But
King said he liked it though. He's like, that's not my story, but I love it. It's
mm-hmm.
his now. You know, that
Oh,
story's his.
it's a classic. There's no doubt there.
Yeah.
If,
I mean, I've
but if
watched
you know
parts of
anything
it, and
about
I've watched a lot of like commentary uh videos talking about it, breaking it down and stuff. And I like that because it's not just full immersion into holy shit, what's going to happen next. You know, I can't handle no stress. I'm crazy.
It helps a lot. It helps a lot not to have just read the book, but to have read a whole slew of Stephen King books that are all tied into that hotel in The Shining and in a weird toad
I
ass
read
kind of.
all of the Dark Tower and Gunslinger. I read all of them over the
Okay.
years. But
So when you
I'm,
watch the Kubrick
yeah.
version of it, you go through and you don't see anything associated with the Dark Tower at all, right?
Mhm.
That you can point at and go, that's the Dark Tower. However, if you watch the more recent one, there's a few things there. Like every time you see the ghost, there's the chimes from Toad Ash. They're not ghosts.
They're not?
No,
What are
they're
they?
they're they're middle beings from the Toad Ash realm, from between
Oh,
here and
you
there.
see, it's been so long. I can only remember the ass's bone, the jackass jawbone. That's all I remember.
From
It's from the Gunslinger, like the very first book. Within the first 5 pages,
you know what I
there's a
remember
fucking.
about that fucking book?
That's all I remember.
And I followed him across the desert, and the man
Mm.
in black retreated.
Hey,
Man in black fled across the desert, and I followed.
wow,
That's it. That's the first book. The first
that is
book is
weird.
him walking along
That's
behind the
two
man.
sentences that say the same thing completely differently.
Hello, Ms. Bees.
Hey, remember I made the parody lyrics to the Beatles' Day Tripper called Day Drinker?
Yes, that wasn't your greatest moment.
No, that is my greatest moment, but I can't sing it. The range is too much,
Yeah,
and I can't find my key in it. And so I've been looking for somebody to sing it. Oh, what if I did it William Shatner style and I just talked it?
I got a couple of those.
That would, I just love. I'll never do 95% of the shit that I dream up in my head all the time.
I got one.
Otherwise,
I got
yeah, it'd
one.
be
The
crazy.
smoking auditor. The smoking auditor, right? We know him. We love him.
Yep,
He's
yep.
not an auditor, but good kid, right? Cute as a button. I mean,
He's a
like,
kid?
he's maybe 22, 25. I don't know.
No way.
He's not that old, dude. I know he talks like a very, very well experienced, but he might be maybe 25, maybe. Anyway. His
Anyway,
channel name is The Smoking Auditor. So I sent him a message. I'm like, hey, I got a series for you. Go and use your remix fixture on your phone. Pick out stupid cop clips, cut 5 seconds out, and do a straight smoke on the cop. Talk about how sloppy his uniform is, that he needs to shave. What's that shit growing on your lip? Dude, smoke them. Just smoke them up.
that's
But
what
he's a
he means
nice
by
kid.
smoking auditor.
No, that's the joke. That's the
Oh,
joke. Anybody who met him would be like, what's that? I told him, I said, go to the comment section, look in the comment sections of the video you're posting, right? And you go and get the best comments from the comment section and just read that in as your response. I was like, I guarantee you'll have 1 million views by the end of the week, dude.
that's
Because the
interesting. Very
conjunction
interesting.
of smoking auditor, smoking a cop, and call the series Cop Smoking. It writes itself. Free content, but only he has to do it. It has to be him because that's the name of his channel, The Smoking Auditor. It would work.
So I just got a new addition to a video that's a kind of a compilation, but not really. Weirdo flexing interweb celebrity interactions in the comment section. Like every time a big creator or one of my favorites, whether they're big or not, who doesn't usually reply, actually did. Like when Emmy, Emmy, the little Chinese chick that's so lovely, and she tries everything. She cooks a lot of stuff. It used to be Emmy made in Japan. Well, anyway, she's got a kabillion fucking followers. She's just incredible. And I had left comment after comment after comment for a year or two. And then one day, she's like, "Oh yeah, hey, and did you know about this?" And I was like, "Oh my God, my BFF from the interwebs, Miss Emmy just talked to me." And then so I replied to her reply, going, "I'm just fangirling her, a big dork, and I learned that day, or maybe the next 2 or 3, maybe it might have took 2 or 3 times, but I learned if they talk to you, let that be that. Don't come back and reply. That's just being rude. But I've been screenshotting and like on the unemployed holy fuck. Anyway, I left like probably I think the last time I checked it was the most up thumb video there. It was at the top of the list when you go look at the comments. And it was on his rum chata, unemployed wine guy. It was on his rum chata video.
Shit.
Rum chata is really good. And I, I I weaved a sentence that went something to the effect of, "I love how you know the desperate. Yeah, it was just a crazy, but anyway. So I'm wanting to make a video where I just flex it, even if I'm the only one that thinks it's cool, because I kind of do that anyway. I don't. I'm kicking my own ass laughing at the shit that I do.
Dude,
But
listen, if you're
yeah,
uploading content and you're not giggling at it the whole time, you're doing it wrong.
or unless you're a serious person or something.
I'm just saying, like
Not you,
even when
not
I'm
you,
doing serious
somebody
work,
else.
even when I'm doing serious work, my wife, she occasionally hears me in here giggling my ass off, and she'll come to the door and be like, "Should I be worried?" Because there's nobody in here and she can't hear what I'm hearing. But here I am on my 3rd hour of editing something that's absolutely ridiculous that no one will ever see because, God, it's so horrible. It's funny. But I'm starting to upload some of those things, like these stupid radio ads that I did just
That's
because I was
cool.
trying
Yeah,
to
I
get.
like those. Those are awesome. I was doing those remixes. I did like 2 or 3 of them just in the one
Yeah.
day, and I'm in one of them. I'm in the backyard, piddling around, and I'm trying to do the remix. So I'm having to speak solidly. And Mr. Neighbor Man and his wife, and who knows who else is sitting over there in the garage with the door open. And it's happened several times when I'm in the backyard and I go, "Damn it!" And I have to start over, and it takes me 7 tries or whatever to get it right. And I caught him looking at me and kind of shake his head like,
What
"Oh,
are the humans doing?
I love that."
So I'm standing outside shooting that, and I shot it in one spot, didn't like the way it looked, shot it in another spot, didn't like the way it looked, shot it in another one, and another one, and another one. And I look over a fence, and one of my neighbor's yard guys is standing there just holding a sprayer, just staring at me because I'm in full loading kit, walking around in the yard, propping the phone in trees and shit, trying to get a good angle. Right?
Yeah.
He just stares at me. He says nothing. He just
Unindoctrinated leaving. I was trying not to say anything out loud. You were talking.
good to see you, unindoctrinated. Have a lovely evening.
Ooh. Trying not to interrupt. I interrupted anyway.
I'll just never forget the look on that man's face staring at me in my full robe in the summer heat, sweating my balls off out there with my pants pulled up and my robe tucked in my belt so that it wouldn't. Dude, it was ridiculously hot. If you go look at that video, it's also, I had to tone down the color, like the warmth of it because it was so bright.
Right.
I filmed it.
I think I noticed that.
What are the humans doing?
Right. To get the shadow to work out right because I didn't have an eye patch.
Yeah.
And for it to be Odin, he's only got one eye. But then I went and got this thing. And I
Yeah.
replaced my mic. Right.
That's really cool.
And since I replaced my mic, I don't have the echo effect anymore. There's no point in filming anything new, really, because I can't do the voice for it. So I've got Audacity. I'm working on it. I'm going through.
I mean, have you gone to like Snapchat or TikTok and used and looked into their filters that might just handle that for you?
I haven't. I don't really use TikTok. Plus, I
You don't have
use
to use them
this.
for anything but effects. That's how I make those cult knitting circle videos. I go on to Snapchat, and while I'm scrolling through the different filters and trying them on, I do a test thing with whatever I just happen to think of to say, and then
That's
I
on.
take all those little clips and I try to turn them into
That's on a
something.
phone.
Huh?
That's on a phone.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't use a phone to make most of my stuff. I use
but you
TikTok.
could.
Not and get the vocal qualities I'm after through the freaking mics that I'm using. This is the mic,
But
dude.
you
Like,
can't get what you're after through the mics that you're using.
man, I've got the technology. I just don't have the
Yeah.
working on it. Scott,
What movie is that from?
we've got the technology. We can make him stronger, faster. It's the $1 Million
The,
Man.
the $1 Million Man?
$6 Million Man.
Yeah, I couldn't remember how many.
Chump change. It's just
Yeah,
chump
sure.
change now.
With inflation, he'd be like the $2
Dude.
billion man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you couldn't get an artificial leg for $6 million now, much less a bionic body.
Not like, yeah. Have you seen that guy made a child's prosthetic hand out of Legos that works?
I've
I mean,
seen
that's been a couple, 3 years ago.
Have you seen the
And
making the prosthetic hand?
did you see the what?
There's a blacksmith who lost his hand at some point, and he has built a prosthetic gauntlet that is non-mechanized, totally solid state. And when he turns his hand this way, it opens up, and when you turn it up right, it closes. And he can pick up glasses. He can pick up hammers.
I wouldn't have called him a blacksmith, but I think I do watch his channel.
He's a blacksmith.
I mean, he's like a machinist or whatever. But yeah. And then somebody, and then his fans were like, "Hey, do the whatever arm from a movie, something." I don't even remember.
All kinds of stuff. But
yeah,
the thing is what really blew my mind, he had that channel for like 2 years, and he hid the fact that he was missing a hand, right? And then one day,
he lost his hand from a disease.
Right. But he had made a hand using timing chain. He had a little thing that he used in the shop to move this from here to there, and it let him pick stuff up out of the furnace and stuff. But
absolutely, every time I see a notification for him, I click that shit because it's very few and far between, and it's always fucking interesting.
Right, but he never showed any of the hand stuff until one day he was sitting he had it laying on the anvil, and he was filming, and it happened to be in the background while he was showing something over here, and you could just see like part of the hand from the weird timing chain bits, and everybody in the comments was like, "What are you working on over there? It looks like a hand." And it took him a good 6 or 8 months of people asking about it for him to be like, "Well, yeah, I'm missing a hand. This is what I use in the shop." Why haven't you told us how you made that? Dude, that is way more interesting than the hood of a 54 Chevy, you know? That's infinitely more interesting.
If you're just used to something and it's normal, you don't understand just how special it is.
No, he straight up admitted that he was embarrassed with what he had done because it was just a trashy little thing he had thrown together for it to work in the shop. You know, it wasn't anything he'd put time or effort into it.
Well, now he does upgrades and new models and all kind of neat new stuff. It's really cool.
I mean, I stumbled across that dude when he had like 800 or 900 subscribers. So like I got to see him back when he was doing like the tin shed refurbish and stuff. Did you see any of that stuff?
I don't think so.
Hey, so homie had this old crappy shed. It's where he does all his filming now. Back when he started his channel, he was like, "Well, you know, I'm fixing stuff, so he's going to fix the shed so he can do his blacksmith and stuff." Right? He'd been doing it right in the backyard, but he wasn't really filming it. He wanted to set up somewhere where he could set up and film. So he goes out and he takes his wire grinder basically to the entire shed and gets all the rust off of the inside. And then he takes it to all the wood. He gets all of every mark, everything. It was the whole thing. You've seen
That's a
that
lot of
place
work.
where he films, right? You see how beautiful that whole setup is. It all started as like a cotton barn or something. I don't know what it was, but he went through the whole 9 yards of filming every bit of him stripping the inside of it. He threw a coat of lacquer on everything. He did it, and then over the past couple of years, he has occupied every space on that wall with tools that either he made in the shop or uh, found or bought really cheap and refurbished himself. And that whole place, every single part on that wall has been on his channel at some point in time or another. It's not
Have you
all of
seen the
it.
South? Sorry. Have you seen the South American title? Is it like professor? Some kind of word that I know I don't say right in my head because it's not familiar because it's South
No,
American.
more than
And
that.
he runs fucking wood powered
Well,
vehicles.
yes,
They're you seen him? You
I
seen
built
that?
a test vehicle when I was in high school.
That's not what I asked you.
Well, I haven't seen the channel, no, but I know what
There
you're
you
talking.
go. It's
I'm aware.
pretty cool. I was just talking about it once, and Chain Weaver said, "Nah, send me a link." And so the next time I saw him, I had that link ready in my clipboard. Hey, Chain Weaver, this is that link you told me to get you. Because I knew that he loved cars. And, all you guys got some kind of boner for cars all the time.
I lost my
I
boner
used
car,
to,
so
but
I
I just
got my
don't
boner
anymore.
car. I went and bought my boner car, and I no longer have a car boner.
Hey, what
So
happened to the Bumblebee?
I drive it. I drive it every day. I'm currently getting the cruise control and the lower front control arms replaced.
So you're gonna work it up to prime, and then take your trip,
At least want the alignment to hold because that was
right?
the issue. I was like, I don't know if it's going to stick or not. So I went and had it aligned. They did align it. It did stick, but at the same time, they're like, look, they just need to be replaced. It's a 20-year-old vehicle. I have
Well,
no
yeah.
issue with it. I just don't want them to do it because they're the ones that kept viewing me on the fucking truck like over and over again. I'd take it up there, be like, look, it's killing the battery. Don't just change the battery and charge me money. Do not do that thing. I will become angry. Don't don't do that. And they do it anyway because it cost me like $80 to get it towed, right? Probably 300 to have the battery changed and for them to run their little machine on it and tell me everything's fine. And then 2 days later, it's dead again. I was I was so done with that truck. So done with it.
I voted for Minion.
I'm gonna paint it up as a Minion. I just want to get it road ready before I do it. I don't see a point in doing all that if it's gonna die 100 feet down the road, right?
Have you seen Nate and Minion?
What is a Nathan Minion?
Nate is a tall, bearded, long hair guy that's got kind of doing homesteading, not homesteading, but off the grid kind of
Yes,
stuff.
yes, yes,
And his little
yes.
dog Minion, who is the best little dog in the world.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I'm ate up with Minion
Some of
and
the
the ducks
questions
and
that dude gets blows my mind. Like people are really interested in how he's financing this whole venture, and I'm like, well, if you're not ordering Grubhub and eating Domino's every night, life's not that expensive.
I mean, that's
Especially,
basically what he said. Well, I got hardly any overhead.
yeah. And now that he's got a beard line and a freaking merchandising
And
store and
he
200
fully
million,
leaned into every bit of the branding and merchandising, and he leaned smooth into that. Oh, and now he's doing lives with this little automatic lawnmower. He's so cute.
yeah,
And he got a girlfriend, a lawnmower. Got a girlfriend. Now they
yeah.
got eyeballs and eyelashes. It's so funny.
Uh-huh. I didn't find him way early. I was one of the
Oh, I didn't
200
either.
so like way late to the game.
But once I started watching, I would watch, if you watch
All
the
of them.
whole thing and you don't flick away and you watch the same one twice, the algorithm just keeps feeding you more and more.
Well, he's got the kind of places that I used to get hired to go build, right?
Yeah, it's the kind of
So
thing you're right. I love it.
I'd get a phone call, be like out. They'd give me grid coordinates on a freaking swamp somewhere where there's supposed to be solid ground.
And his
Maybe.
voice and his cadence and the way he
Yeah.
talks, that cadence and that voice, I love it. It's so odd, not odd, weird, gross, but like not heard before.
It's obvious that he doesn't talk to people. He talks to cameras.
It's like, oh yeah, me and Lord Minion. And he's just like, whoa. And it's like almost hypnotic, you
Uh-huh.
know? And he's just so affable. He's just so
I actually dubbed it Stumblebee.
oh yeah.
That's what I called my Xterra as Stumblebee. I've made several attempts to get vinyl letters to put on it, but they always come in with borders and stuff, and it don't look
Well,
right.
yeah. Well, you can order where they've already got it on the tape.
That's what I thought I did, but it ended up on white backing for some weird reason twice.
I mean, it's still going to be on a backing, but you just pull the backing, or I don't fucking remember. I've never done it. It's not like I'm an expert.
The letters out to stick on something to see, right?
But having to pull out all them little pieces.
Yeah, no, it's not like that. It's just a solid white tape thing going on. It's part of it. That is not cool.
We order stickers that people are making on their little crickets and stuff. That's another thing I thought would be a cool thing to do. But if I had one, I'd waste all the fucking vinyl fucking around and then end up, yeah. And from what I hear, it's quite the complicated thing to get to understand it fully.
It's complicated and the equipment's expensive.
Yeah.
You're looking at $3,000.
But it's called a cricket.
Untethered Lob works at a shirt vinyling place. He does designs and stuff on shirts. That's what he does.
Oh.
That's his job. And he never talks about it because he hates it. Right. And I'm like, dude, that's totally content. I mean, people who would like to know the tricks to that trade are sitting on YouTube doing it wrong every day. And you fix things without ever even realizing. He's done it for so long, he fixes problems before they become a problem, right? He'll notice like the tiny little difference over here that means that that ink is going low or whatever. I can't explain it. It's just
that's the kind of skill level people think they have, but they don't.
Right?
That's
that poor man,
right there.
I love that man to death, I do, but he was cursed with the voice of a troll. But the thing is given that he sounds like someone who gargled rocks and smoked cigars all his life, he does really well with what he's got.
Yeah, when I very first met him, we both were talking about the damage on our vocal cords and stuff, but he can still sing and I can't. Well, I mean, I can drop my fucking shit down to mama thing bass. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't do it right now. I've been smoking all day and shit, but I'm getting gravelly. I can hear it, but I can hit low notes I never could before, but I can't get a high note to save my goddamn life.
I have zero musical chops. The way I explain it is this: I don't sing, I mimic. I imitate something I've heard, and I might do it absolutely perfect, spot on key, just as a mimic. But if I go back and try to actually sing that with the next line in place, I can't do it.
Well, it's an
word call. I don't know what it means.
You have to know stuff, and yeah, but mimicking, sure, absolutely, impersonating or whatever.
I just throw a copy of it. It's not something I understand how or why it happened. It just happened. It's like the goofy laugh, or accidentally throwing out a, I'll say, boy, one of those.
Dude, well, I mean, we probably both grew up like with our parents' record collection and being alone in the house. So you put on a record and pretend you're Johnny Carson interviewing yourself with your new album. That's what I used to do anyway. I would actually get up from one chair and go over to the other one to
I have a tape from like the late 80s when I got my very first boombox with a microphone. And it's me and a couple of buddies of mine there's probably 10 hours of this madness. It was just me throwing up ideas about something to do to remind me later. And I consciously remember having never gone back and listened to that tape, not even once, and B, having lost the boombox during a move and then finding it 5 or 6 years later. And I just popped the tape out. It was dead as Dillinger. The whole back of it was eaten out with acid. And I popped the tape out and dropped it in my memory box in the closet and then moved all that stuff out to Pops. So out at Pops somewhere is 12 hours of a 12-year-old Sasquatch doing fake interviews and freaking, and I just thought about that shit. Like, it's not unlike my Sasquatch Seals show, actually.
I got my first like tape recorder in like 81 or so. And it was one of those rectangular ones where it's a big play button with a little red button inside of it to record and a handle. And oh my gosh, because I had like 2 albums. I had the Monkeys I'd stolen out of my parents' record collection because it was mine. Once I found the Monkeys, I would never give them back. And then the other one was Donny Osmond, My Best to You. He was like 15 in that fucking album, Puppy Love and all this stuff. And I recorded that shit. Remember sitting by the radio and just waiting for either Dr. Demento or Casey Kasem to come on so you could catch the newest songs recording off the radio, or you'd sit there until 4:00 in the morning, even though you had to go to school, because you just know they're going to play Bohemian Rhapsody at some point. I had one tape that had Jack and Diane on it 5 times on one side because I couldn't remember if I had fucking caught it yet.
Children, for those of you who don't know, we would put together things called mixtapes. And this is where an individual would sit around and wait patiently until a particular song came on the radio. Then they would record that song onto a tape and then wait patiently for the next song they wanted to record. And the beautiful thing about mixtapes that nobody ever seems to remember is you never got the beginning of the song.
Oh, I know. It's crazy. I remember knowing that was happening. So I would, at the end of one song, I would go ahead right at the end and turn it on. Oh, nope, I didn't want that one. So turn it up, back it up, start it. It's fucking crazy. That was, fuck. Oh, and if you stay up late enough and call the radio station, the DJ's fucking bored and trying to get you to mail him titty pics anyway. And a lot of times he'd leave me on the line so I could hear through what was happening. Plus I had my, it was crazy.
So I take it you spent a lot of time awake too, huh? All right. So I used to call up radio stations at like 4 a.m. because, nobody's doing anything at that time. They've already recorded everything and they're just sitting there making sure it doesn't eat itself. That's all they're doing, is making sure the place doesn't burn down. That's the only reason they're there. You call that place, they'll answer on the first ring. They are so interested in anything in the world.
Oh, and winning movie tickets off the radio.
I won. All right, this is so silly to me. Makes me think we're in a simulation. I won a Georgia National Fair set of fair tickets, right? And it was the one, I want to say Tracy Atkins was playing the Perry Fair, and I won tickets to the show, the fair, and the week, like the whole weekend, the whole 4 or 5 day weekend or whatever, the whole 9, right? And the reason I won is when I went to work that morning, they had asked a daily question and you could win tickets to the fair or whatever. Mm-hmm. And the question was, what game involves yelling the title of the game when you win?
Uno.
Yahtzee. But they went on and gave other clues throughout the day. It was like it involves 5 dice.
Oh yeah, I would have got. I'm a Yahtzee. I love. Well, I'm a game. I love game. I'm hyper competitive, and it took me serious fucking training to be a good sport. Also, because I didn't start out a good sport.
Oh,
I didn't even start out an honest game player. I was cheating, playing solitaire, and my grandma said, "What are you doing? You're just harming yourself." Yeah. And I was like, "Oh, yeah." So I quit cheating in solitaire.
My mom was a big philosopher. She used to say, win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. So, but here's the thing. She also explained that cheating is not necessarily breaking the rules. If you know something more than anyone else in this competition, it could be seen as cheating for you to take part in the competition, whatever it may be. And so, by being more educated on something, you can sometimes get an edge. Like, I'm not permitted in movie trivia in any bar in this county.
They always made me be the MC on the Wheel of Fortune game because I would get it within a letter or two.
Yeah, yeah. They used to use the classic Trivia Pursuit questions for the bar trivia around here.
Pursuit.
I grew up with the classic Trivia Pursuit questions, and I would just
I
sit
would
around
sit there and read the fucking
and
cards
just read
when
them.
I didn't have nothing else to do.
Yeah. So, like, I ended up at a bar. Like, this has happened a few times where I wasn't involved in it, but I was over there drinking. And after I get so drunk that I can't control my mouth anymore, they'd ask a question, I'd answer it. They'd ask a question, I'd answer it. You're not
That
playing. My
kind of
bad.
can't control your mouth. I got
Yeah.
that a lot.
I'm not bothering folks. I'm over here drinking by myself. But then they ask some esoteric question about when something was discovered, and it just pops out because I read it in a Trivia Pursuit box.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only reason.
I mean, I was trivia centered because once that Trivial Pursuit game came out and we learned what we didn't even know what trivia was unless you're talking about something that didn't matter and was little, trivial. So, but then when that game came out, man, all those years, like that year that we didn't have a TV because their mama didn't understand secondhand markets. There weren't any there just wasn't anything, and our TV broke. So for a year, because she couldn't afford a new one, we didn't have one. But we had a set of Encyclopedia Britannica with the 2-set dictionary and then the whole thing. And me and my sister read the encyclopedias and the dictionaries and would quiz each other on dictionary stuff, and we thought we were having fun. Apparently we were learning stuff and building our brains
You were having fun.
and just racking away the
You
trivia.
found out later that it was learning doesn't detract from the fun that you had doing it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I can do
Right.
amazing shit with just very basic tools, and as long as they're wet. I don't know how to explain that part, but like
As
if
long
I
as
end
they're
up
wet.
if I end up in a dry environment, the things I grab are always too dry. They always break. They don't bend right because I grew up in a swamp. Everything's wet everywhere all the time.
And that's where your expertise lies in
That's where
dealing with wet things.
go
I
through there.
understand
I
that.
can find dry tinder. I can start a fire on a floating piece of log.
I got my Girl Scout camping badge because I started a fire when it was raining.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That shit.
That was the last thing I had to do. And it was the last chance. We were getting ready to leave the campsite. And I was like, Mom was like, well, if you're going to do it, you better do it, whether it's raining or not. Sometimes things aren't easy or the right way or the most best way, but you still got to try. And if you succeed, then you overcame obstacles even.
Right.
I was like, and I made a fire. I was a Girl Scout in case that's not apparent.
Boy Scout. I never was a Boy Scout. I was never. I just didn't have that much support for doing shit like that. I mean, I lived Boy Scout type stuff, so my pops always thought it was silly to go learn outdoorsy shit when you've already learned all of that. He was an airborne ranger. I could do dioramas and shit and dirt, moss and stuff, like the whole nine. If you threw me in a desert, I'd probably be dead in 45 minutes, honestly.
Yeah, that is the really a sand desert, a heat desert. They're awful.
I'd be screwed. There's nothing I can do.
I'd be having to catch a lizard and drink it.
I don't
because
think
apparently it's only that one kind of cactus that you can get water out of. You go trying to suck any of them other cactuses and you kill your ass. Because as soon as that prepper shit started, on TLC or whatever, I was watching that shit. I mean, I'm a
I
connoisseur
got
of some
really mad.
specialty
I got
programs.
really mad about Survivor when Survivor first started. Was it Survivor Island or whatever? You remember how they did the lead up? They did it like man, like Naked and Afraid was the advertisements. They had advertised it as these people being put on an island until they either give up and there's
Oh,
one.
yeah, like it was actually,
Yeah,
but
and
it
then they're
wasn't.
like they're at a fucking resort, and I'm like, this
And it's
isn't what I signed up for.
yeah, I didn't really watch it because it was dumb. But I
Challenges.
watched like
What is
Alone
this?
in the Wilderness or whatever it
Is
was
this
called,
even
where it's like
weird?
one
Did
guy.
I mistakenly go to the wrong show? I thought I was going to watch people eating poop. I didn't realize that y'all were going to be competing for a caviar meal.
And as weird and red cheeked as Naked and Afraid was, I watched a lot of it. It eventually got to where I could not focus on those people are naked.
I didn't care in the first place.
Oh, they caught that pregnant snake and cooked it, and it had all, and they eat scrambled eggs. I was like, motherfucker, there's scrambled eggs inside of a pregnant snake. Holy shit.
I found a short of a guy taking a receptacle out of the wall, and there's a bunch of eggs falling out of the wall, and somebody comes in and is like, I don't understand this situation, but I can tell you those are lizard eggs. And I did a short where it's like, hey, wife squatch, you want some scrambled eggs?
Oh, I saw something real close to that, except it was like nuts, and it was because of a woodpecker. And they had to tear the wall out, and there had to have been, holy shit, a 50-gallon barrel worth of fucking nuts coming out from underneath there.
I've worked in a whole bunch of different old buildings and stuff. I've remodeled cotton barns and tobacco sheds and all kinds of other shit. One of the weirdest things I ever encountered. We went and got this tobacco. It was this. It was a little 2-story barn box, basically.
This was a Boy Scout.
We strutted it off on the inside, threw it on a trailer, took it where we were going, and when we were putting it back down, dude started pulling the interior walls off of this place, and there were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of pecans in the walls of this thing. We had just towed probably 4 tons of pecans inside this freaking building, 50 freaking miles. And when we were lifting it up off the foundations, like,
oh my God, you fucking had to move it while it still was loaded?
Yeah.
You didn't know till you got to the end that it had all that stuff?
Damn thing had 12-inch sill beams, and the bottom boards lapped over the outside and did this weird thing it was a really weird build. And so when we got to looking at it, we were like, well, I didn't really care what was in it, honestly. I had a whole bunch of equipment that was going to move some shit. It was moving whether it wanted to or not. It was moving or going to fall into a sinkhole, because I was going to pump the ground out from under it, man. I brought some equipment, and we chucked it all together, put it on the trailer, hauled that thing 50 miles, moving power lines and crap out of the way. Yeah.
I remember, wasn't it in the 80s when somebody sued the Boy Scouts to make them take girls too, but they tried to do that shit to let boys in the Girl Scouts, and the Girl Scouts said, no, fuck no. And somehow they got away with that too. But yeah, that threw me off at first when he said that, Miz, but then I was like, oh, fucking yeah, I remember when that was big news. And then there was some other Boy Scout big news, but we won't talk about that. Man, that's cool.
How long are you going to be doing this?
We're probably just right to the end. We're just kind of rolling to a stop.
Just asking.
No, I was already thinking like it's 3.5 hours, and I didn't think I'd be here like more than 2. Oh, and the thing tomorrow that I'm doing the live tomorrow morning, it's gonna be short. So whatever talking and doing and showing that we do there, no hanging out bullshitting, because I want people that didn't get to the live that still want to, that are part of the, hey, Snarkin says, why don't you make your own merch. Oh, you already did. I paint on everything. I want them to be able to not be daunted by a 6-hour stream
Wait a
to
second.
rewatch.
Are
To
you
watch.
selling some of your own productions? Can I
So
do a wonderful radio voice? Ladies and gentlemen, step right up and check out this very nice piece of cardboard with some paint upon it in various colors. I don't know what you're going to be showing. If I knew, I would describe that. I don't know what.
shells.
Okay, cool. But I didn't know. How am I supposed to do it right if I don't know? I just kind of
Oh,
had to
see, I was really confused when you said radio voice. I didn't quite understand
radio
part of it,
voice,
so I didn't know where we were at.
or better yet, we could do it like an ad, and I could come in with like the movie voice in a world where snark and sass of painting everything.
Well, I mean, I'm always telling everybody I paint on everything, and I don't think they quite understand what that means. It's not really, I mean, yeah, I love working with cardboard. I have a stash of it. Don't tell my son, because he'll throw it away when I ain't looking.
Good man. You should make it work for
Yeah,
you.
but the post office will send you cases of fucking cardboard for free.
Mushrooms.
They drop it off into your front yard. They drop it right off to you.
Use it to grow mushrooms. You like mushrooms, right?
Oh, so the wild mushroom, there's a 100-year-old tree that fell over and is gone now. That last storm we had, that's where all the fucking golden something mushrooms were growing out of. And so I'm just like holding my breath for, I think it's spring, but it might be fall and spring. I don't remember that. To see, because I know that there's still enough wood up underneath the ground from it, even though the tree's gone. That maybe the mycelial is still good, so that the mushrooms will still pop up. There weren't any this last spring or fall, whatever it is. There weren't any because it was so dry. There wasn't enough rain to pop it off,
Yeah.
And I know to cut the whole stem off, I know to cut the whole stem off now. I thought I had killed myself eating mushrooms out of the yard.
I don't do that. Like I said, I grew up in a swamp. There's mushrooms everywhere. The problem is every single one of those edible mushrooms you know about, there are two that look just like it. In a swamp, they're everywhere.
Yeah. That
It's
I got those like vetted and then ate the shit out of them because I must have had 10 pounds. You know how light mushrooms are. I had a fucking bunch, man. But it also said I got to do the spore print, to make sure it was the right one and everything. But it said cut the stems off, only eat the tops. I'm like, oh well, I can leave this much stem, right? Because I don't know, sometimes I don't make a lot of sense.
Wait a second. Hold on. What kind of mushroom? Never mind.
They were golden something. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. But yeah, I tested it and had people check it and double checked it and all that. And I ate them and thought I was going to die. And I was like, well, if this is it, I just might as well go to sleep and die that way. And so I just took my symptom feeling ass and just passed out. I was so goddamn happy when I woke up.
I've had a couple of nights like that, bro.
I threw all them mushrooms over the fence.
I
didn't eat no more.
I had an especially productive trip to a cow field one morning. It was one of those wacky, you head out there expecting to find, a few maybe, right? Everywhere. Dude, it was like, I took, no joke, I probably took two or three. Back in the day, grocery bags were paper.
Yeah, I know, right?
You know what I'm talking about? Grocery bags.
Yeah.
3 of them stacked across the back seat of the car. Drove out to the house, started putting them in dehydrators and bagging them up for freezing and stuff. We get my buddy Russell comes over and he didn't know where I'd been that morning. He's like, hey man, I found a mushroom in my backyard. Let's go see if we can find some mushrooms. And I hit him upside the head with a half frozen 2 pounds of mushrooms. Like, wow, way ahead of you, bro. Here, homie, no joke. Sits down, starts eating them like they're freaking bubble gum. He just eats them straight out of the bag. 30 minutes later, homeboy was railing. He's like, well, these things are really good.
I never
I
got to
go
really, I
home
never
now.
did them. I always wanted to, because, try every drug once, twice if you like it. Don't try those 3.
I went to a wake on mushrooms inadvertently.
That could have gone wrong.
It went horribly wrong. Let me tell you how this happened. Small town, really tiny town. So everybody knows everybody, right? So I was aware that someone had died. I was aware that the funeral was day after tomorrow and that the wake would be tonight. These things had registered on my conscious mind. So the rest of this is just pure moronics. I just never asked the questions, right? Okay. So we had a bunch of mushrooms. We're talking to some folks trying to find some pot. Dude's like, I'm looking for mushrooms. I got a whole bunch of pot. It's like, okay, fine. He's like, hey, go to my
I got a
aunt's
bunch of mushrooms. I'm looking. Yeah.
He's like, go to my aunt's house. I'll be by there in about an hour. So we dicked off for a couple of, for 45 minutes and then rode 2.5 miles down the road to his aunt's house, where we sat in the kitchen for another hours while those mushrooms really, really started kicking in like real hard. But remember, small town, everybody knows everybody. And these people know me and they know there's a chance I might be on mushrooms. So I'm not really sweating it. And then some people in suits walk through. And there's some little old ladies in nice dresses. And I know all of these people. I'm like, hey, how you doing? What's going on? Everybody's laughing and having a good time. It's all fun and games. You know me. Can you imagine me on mushrooms? Okay. So it's all funny. Everybody's having a good time. Russell's over there freaking out about the pot holders and stuff. And I'm like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I step around the corner. There's my Uncle Oliver laid out in the fucking casket right there in front of me. I'm like, I'll pee when I get home. I turn around, walk over to Russell. I grab him by his head, turn his eyes to me. I said, look at me. And he goes, what? We should leave right now. I'll be in the car. And I went to the car, sat down. 5 minutes goes by. 10 minutes goes by. And he comes running out of the house screaming. And I heard him start like back around the bathroom area back there screaming and run all the way through the house screaming, out the door, jumped in the car, and then peeled wheels out in that Buick Regal he was driving and just he got about halfway up the road. Like I said, it wasn't but a few miles from his house. He gets about halfway up the road, looks over at me and goes, there was some dead dude in the living room in there, dude. I was like, yeah, that's why we needed to leave. Did you not know that the wake
situational awareness, motherfucker?
Well, he's like, who's Uncle Oliver? I was like,
he didn't know he had an Uncle Oliver.
He didn't know the guy, and he wasn't.
I know, because it was your uncle.
No, he's not. It's just everybody called him Uncle Oliver.
Oh, they just called him that? Okay.
Yeah, it's just the old guy that played chess at the gas station. He didn't play checkers. He waited patiently until a chess player would come in and play him. But y'all could play checkers. He wouldn't say a word. He'd sit over there, drink his beer, and sip his coffee. He wouldn't say nothing.
If you get even a little bit good at chess, checkers is just like diet soda or some dumb shit.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're not wrong. And Russell was really, really good at chess. So it kind of boggles me that sometimes, like, I know a whole bunch of really advanced chess, right? I don't know why. I know it because I was beat by it 1,000,000 times. Like every single, I think I beat him 4 times in our life, and he was hammered drunk every time it happened. And he would get mad, throw away the board because he lost once. Right?
So I told you I'm like hyper competitive and shit, right?
Yeah.
So even though I didn't play chess, I had already learned how all the pieces moved. I never studied a damn thing about chess. I just knew how all the pieces moved because that is how you play a game. You learn your boundaries and whatnot. Well, when my youngest boy, when he was, I don't know, like somewhere 10 to 12 or so, he got into playing chess. And him and his brother played chess mostly. But then he's like, Mama, play chess with me. I'm like, okay. He had played chess enough that he actually had strategy and whatnot going on, right? Whereas I'm just chaos theory. Well, he didn't know I was chaos theory. He thought I was Wile E. fucking Coyote super genius. He goes, why would you do that? Oh, yeah. Then, I mean, he whooped my ass every time because I was like just moving pieces. I tried a little bit, but then I was like, this is, fuck, I'm not going to win. He's played way more chess than I ever did, But there for a while, he was sweating that he was just getting
He was
pulled. He was
overthinking.
getting chest sharked.
Yeah, he was overthinking it,
He gave me way too much credit.
psyching himself
And you're
out.
right. I trolled my son playing chess.
Uh-huh,
I
uh-huh.
get it. I get it now. I see it all the time now. Thank you. Thank you.
You just did.
You helped in my growth as a person.
Uh-huh. You are now aware, self-aware of the fact that when that part of your mind triggers, when you feel that voice come out of your mouth, that these things are probably not appropriate for the company you're in.
And every time growing up, and the whole time, every time somebody goes, wow, you're so sarcastic. I'm like, sarcastic means cutting tongue, and a tongue that cuts like a sword. And I'm just like sitting there. I got called sarcastic so much because we didn't have the word troll like that. There was no goddamn word for it, but, oh, you're so sarcastic. Like when I had all those deaf friends, I learned my sign language, right? But they kept going, how come your face doesn't match your words? I'm like, doesn't it?
I always got, why do you have that face? Because when I'm thinking, I look very angry. I'll be like,
yeah. I got natural.
That I'm pissed, right? And it's just that I'm thinking of some shit. It's just,
right.
And it might be mules humping in Australia on some movie that I saw 20. Nothing. I'm thinking of nothing, dude. But I'm just.
But it won't stop.
I'll be sitting somewhere drinking coffee, just thinking about something, and look up and realize that folks are like eyeballing me because obviously I've got my resting bitch face on, and I'll have to do this. So they'll stop staring at me funny.
That's hard. That's a mask. You have to wear a mask. And, recently, through all this TikTok and new social media, we live in the future and all that shit. So, people are like, oh, yes, when people are autistic, they mask. They have a mask, and the older they get, the better they are at their mask. And so, like, at first I just took that, like, as new information, but the longer I went in, it was rolling around up there, I went, everybody masks. It don't matter what you got. There's places and times for whats and hoots and different hats and all that.
You know how to know when somebody's masking?
Tell me.
Ask yourself this question. Would they fart in front of you? And if the answer is no, they're probably masking.
Well, I the fuck would try my hardest not to fart in front of anybody.
But if it came down to it, you'd rip it and stare at me and laugh maniacally saying, I got you with that one, because it's a natural function and it just has to happen. You'll try to take
it. I wouldn't be mortified if I farted in front of somebody. I wouldn't be mortified now because it is a natural function and it happens. But all that maniacal laughter and shit, no, I'd still be... And I'd go to the bathroom in case I had more farts, because we were taught not to fart in front of people. You go, if you think you have to fart, you go sit on the potty so that your fart echoes through the whole fucking house. But I didn't understand that's what was happening until later.
That activity that you're speaking of, exactly right there, is masking. That is part of your social.
That was my mom did that to me.
I didn't say it
wasn't my choice, so I was masking her mask.
My mom just blamed me for the farts. She'd rip a good one and then point at me and be like, it's his fault.
No, we would get admonished strongly if we farted in front of anybody. And then if we giggled or something, we would totally get in trouble. But then one day she's standing there washing dishes, and I'm walking through the kitchen, and she farted while she was standing there washing dishes, and I went, "Mom!" And she's like, "It's a natural body function." I'm like, "Holy fuck, you've been fucking with me my whole life, making me ashamed of my farts, and you just gonna fart in front of me." I didn't do all that out loud. She'd have backhanded me, but I felt betrayed. Bitch, you could have told me that was just a normal thing. I didn't have to, because I was like, I would mortify real easy. My modesty level was
See,
over into some extreme.
I don't got one of those. I was that
I'm
kid.
a lot better now.
I was that kid that would take off all his clothes and jump in the creek at fucking at a picnic with the school. I go out there noodling. I grew up in a swamp. You just fucking get in the
I
water.
knew you were familiar. You're my youngest kid.
Dude, I was
Holy
always
shit, I'm gonna get him to grow his hair out and get a beard once his hair finishes coming in, and he gets his man face. He's almost got his man face, but he don't quite have his man face yet. He's so cute. His head's just a little too small, but that makes him mean. He got that from his daddy, and because that's why Doberman pinchers are mean, because their heads are too small for their brain, and makes them angry. And I can say shit with a fucking straight face, like I believe that's a God's honest truth. And people, and now I know, especially when I'm on here, that I have to do the smile. I have to smile after and go, something.
You say some shit that's dumb. I'm going to agree with you with a perfectly straight face, and nobody might get the fact that it was a joke. Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, you inspired me to make a joke nobody got on a video.
There you go.
And I had to come in and citizen not into the comments and go, I don't think anybody got the joke.
See, you get it. You get it.
Remember when there was crazy screaming frogs in the drainage ditch? And you said green tree frogs. And that never left my head. That was always sitting right here. I saw it every goddamn day in my head. I saw them trees. What the fuck were they doing? Yeah. So then I made a video because they had disappeared and I hadn't heard them for a while. And then I'm walking by one day and there they are. So I grabbed the camera, put it on, and I'm like, yeah. I was like, Dog Squad said they were green tree frogs. But then why are they living in a drainage ditch? What the fuck don't they live in? And then I titled the video, Things Are Hard for Everyone.
I got fired.
Because they got kicked out of the tree and had to live in a ditch.
I got fired from a job because of a green tree frog. I've been working there for almost 2 years.
Huh.
I was unaware that my lead man was terrified of frogs. A phobia, a literal phobia. And if you've never seen a person with an actual phobia get faced with their actual phobia, you don't understand how calamitous it can become, how quickly. Because I just didn't know. And I didn't put the frog there. Let me be perfectly clear. We were working next to a pond. It's not like I went and got it and stuck it in his lunchbox or nothing. We were working, and there was a frog right behind the beam he was working on. And I was like, hey, man, don't move your hand. There's a frog there.
First thing he did was move his fucking head.
That too. But he started looking around like, where's frog at, man? Where's the frog at? And I was like, just grab hold right there. I'm going to poke it. It's going to jump. And he almost killed himself coming off that freaking ladder.
Over a frog?
Over a small frog. It wasn't even a big one. He fell down the ladder, hit the damn ground. I started laughing because in the process of falling off the ladder, he stuck his head in and bumped the frog, touched it, which was part of what triggered the reaction that ensued. Frog jumps from there, lands on the wall. He hits the ground on top of the ladder. Frog jumps off the wall, lands on him, and he peed himself.
Oh.
And that's why I was fired, because I didn't protect him from a frog or something. Or maybe because I saw him pee himself. I've never could quite figure that out, but I got fired.
Maybe he twisted the narrative and said you like.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did.
It was you're the reason because people don't want to own their shit.
He's kind of a paranoid, delusional fuck anyway. He may well have thought I put
Well, that makes that simple then.
I mean, he might have been on some of that nose candy or something. I don't know, man. But anyway, I was about done with that job anyway. I'd learned about as much as I could learn from there. So like when they fired me, I was still laughing. I was still laughing. I am still laughing at that.
Yeah.
Because it's a frog, dude. It's not a viper. It's not even a spider. I could understand it from a scorpion or a jellyfish or something like that. But it's a
Things
frog.
that are actually goddamn dangerous.
A frog. It's a frog, dude. Why are you scared of frogs?
Our tree frogs are kind of slimy looking.
Yeah, and we eat them
sometimes. Texture things will freak people out worse than anything that's actually, dangerous.
I've seen this guy catch a snake barehanded, just run out in the middle of the road, pick up a snake.
But pisses his pants and shit over a frog.
And I've seen him do it more than once. It's not something that he didn't just do that to get me fired. It wasn't nothing like that. He's actually, toads freak him out too. Like,
I don't even bother trying to tell apart because they don't care, so I don't care. I've seen frogs that look like toads that look like frogs, and there's some kind of fucking lizard that they call some kind of horny toad, and it's not a toad at all. It's a fucking lizard. So I'm Southern, but I ain't country.
You know what a rustic-cut lizard is?
Oh well, fuck no. I might know 3 lizards.
All right, I don't know how far north they go. I know they're relatively common around here. They vaguely resemble a file that someone poured salt and pepper on.
Like a file?
Like your file.
They poured salt and pepper on.
Right. They might
in
be
texture, not shape.
Texture, not shape. It's a lizard that looks like you could have punched it out of steel and sandblasted it to look that color. It's the color of the lichen on the oak trees.
Yep.
Right. So if they stop on an oak tree, they're gone. You don't see nothing. The only time you see them is when they're on the floor and it's like the red
contrast.
Yeah. And they're fast. But those things are around here and they're really neat because apparently they're relatively uncommon.
I was probably 16 before I ever saw a real live lizard, and it was one of them blue-tailed ones.
Mm-hmm. I still haven't seen an actual scorpion in the wild.
I've never seen a real live scorpion either.
I have.
But I know that if I had a UV flashlight and went out in the dark, I could find all of them because they glow.
That's true. And locally, like I said, I grew up in a swamp, and so scorpions wasn't really a thing that happened. We had spiders. Scorpions don't live in trees typically. As I understand it, they like burrows and ground and stuff. And we didn't have.
I had 2 kids before I saw a snake in the wild. And I'm terrified of snakes. I hate snakes. I used to be phobic about snakes, but in like the 9th grade or 10th or 11th or whatever, I was in a science class and they had one of those albino boa constrictors. And I knew I was terrified. And I'll tell you what, I'm dumb fucking brave. I was like, I need to face this fucking shit. So I let him put that snake around my shoulders. And I mean, tears are running down my face. But I'm breathing fairly regular. And I'm not, because I'm scared to make too much of a sudden move or noise anyway, because there's a goddamn snake around my neck. But I stood there. I took the weight onto my shoulders because it's a pretty big snake. They're fat. And, but the second that snake started, he did like this. He was like going to tell me hi or something. I'm sure it was innocuous. But no, okay, get up of me. But I fucking wore that with pride. I told people that I am scared of snakes, but I let them put one on me. But fuck ever touching another one. Fuck that shit.
All right. Let me drop this little bit of a history on you, and then I'll leave and let you do your thing. When I was 8, we went to a natural history exhibit, and
Oh.
I had a scarlet king snake that I had been carrying around with me for probably 8 months by this point. I'd had that thing all year, like
Carrying
all
it around with you.
yeah. I had a black denim jacket with pockets all over the damn thing on the inside and the outside. It was just pockets everywhere.
Yeah, I
And
remember them.
I had I had a scarlet king snake with me in the pocket for forever and ever, like fed him
You
crickets
said
and grasshoppers and stuff. I'd be sitting in the middle of class, they're just playing with him. So
they
as a
let you
kid,
take it to school?
yes, no, I carried that thing with me everywhere for the longest time.
Ooh.
Yeah, they'd fuss at me, but my jacket has so many pockets, I'd just turn
What
him
were they
loose.
gonna do? Strip search you every
Well,
day?
yeah, exactly. Right. So also for a little while, I had a flying squirrel that took up with me for a little while. But anyway, the scarlet king snake. So
Right.
for months, at least 2 or 3 months, I had the scarlet king snake, and we go on this trip. We go to the natural science museum up there, and they're having this big herpetologist symposium thing, and they've got thousands of snakes, and it's this huge mobile event thing, and we go up there, we're wandering through, and I get to this one part, and it's these three snakes behind glass, the real snakes, and I'm looking, and I pull out I pull out my little buddy, which I call Shoestring, but I pull him out. I looked at him. I looked at the little thing. I looked at the snake, and this isn't a scarlet king snake.
I knew it because I in my head I know what a king snake is. I know the color and the thing and the what's by what. Yep.
Right. And I just never really let anybody play with him because he was a little bit grumpy sometimes and would chew on things. So I'd been walking around for a couple of months with a coral snake in my pocket.
Well, I mean, hell, you faced such death at such a young age. No wonder you're fucking fearless now.
Here's the thing. I'm standing there and I reach in my pocket because I'd been wanting to do this for a while because I wasn't 100% sure because nobody could get the rhyme right. And there was no Google back then. And if you walk up to somebody and go, "What kind of snake is this?" they generally shit themselves and hurt themselves trying to leave. So I don't do that anymore. So I was like, great, I'll be able to identify what Shoestring is. And I held him up and I was sitting there looking. I'm like, no, he's not one of those. He's not one of those. He is one of these. That is one of the deadliest snakes in the Southeast. And the guy behind me goes, "Son, is that a female coral snake? We've been looking for one of those. Can I see that?" And he pops out with a little fucking thing, takes, he's like, "Just set it right in here. She'll go into a wonderful exhibit." And I'm like, "You're fixing to steal my snake from me, aren't you?" He's like, "They're endangered and you really can't own them." But I got to give him credit. He never thought I had took it out of the exhibit.
And I thought that had crossed my mind also.
He seemed to be so amazed that he was staring at one of the rare, like, the only way to see one of these snakes is to come to this exhibit. And I pulled one out of my pocket, was like, "Oh yeah, that's not it. That's not it. Hey, it looks like you're one of these. That's not healthy.
So cool.
Here, y'all take this." Thank you.
Did I tell you the elephant ate my notebook, speaking of a zoo? We went in this 7th grade science class, went to the zoo, Little Rock Zoo, for a field trip. And we had a folder with some paper in it and a pencil. And we had a bagged lunch that we carried all that stuff around. And the Little Rock Zoo's elephant exhibit had a little house next to the big, yard that they had that had a short wall. It couldn't have been 2.5 feet tall, a little brick or rock wall. And then an arm's length back was the bars. And I don't know if you know this about elephants, but you can make bars their bodies can't get through. But this thing's pretty thin and nimble, So that it smelled my lunch, I'm guessing. I'm thinking I'm having a miraculous, miracle, magical interaction. This elephant sees me as a fellow creature. It's reaching for me. I go, I'm reaching for it. And it goes to my lunch.
Yep.
Well, I ain't never lied. I've got fat girl reflexes. I said whoop whoop, and I grabbed my lunch bag. And while I'm grabbing my lunch bag, he grabs my little paper folder with the paper. It had 3 little metal tabs on it, so that's the kind of little paper notebook thing it was. And he goes, nom, 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 and ate the motherfucker. And the couple of people that were next to me were like, "What? And you better get out of here." So we left and finished going around the zoo. And then when we started to meet back up at the front, Coach Mackey was my teacher, and he goes, "Come with me." Because somebody had already ratted me out that it was me that fed my notebook to the elephant. I on purpose, of course. Of course, that's what they said. I had to go into the office. I got in so much trouble. And Coach Mackey, I don't know if you know about coaches, but they don't want smart fat girls to say anything to them. They just want them to shut the fuck up, especially when they feed their notebook to the elephant.
Walk in your laps.
It was awful.
I had kind of a cool coach set up at school. He would show up like the very first week of school. He'd be like, "All right, so y'all can either do these things that we've got planned for daily activities, or you give me 25 miles on that track. You put in 25 miles on that track in the next 3 weeks or so, and you don't have to do jack. But if you don't get that 25 miles, you also don't get a passing grade. So, like, make your choices, stick with it, and do that thing." So
I
I'd go out
almost failed a section of the gym class. I have gone a mile, 4 times around the track. I did that once. I almost died.
when I was
ran at first. At first, I ran because I've always been bull strong, and I ran, but it didn't take long for me to start walking. And that dyke coach fucking bitch was like, "You better pick it up because if you don't finish this, you're gonna fail the quarter or whatever it was." And so I did the best I could to, and I finished the mile. She also only let me play tennis one time, and I'd never played tennis before, but I'd played softball. You know how you hit it as hard as you can to get it to go? I had no concept of anything under that. I'd never done anything. I'd never held a tennis racket before. I hit that fucking thing as hard as I could, thinking that was look at me. But she's like, "Put it down and go sit down." And I never had to play tennis again. I don't even know if I actually did pass that fucking thing. That fucking PE. Fuck PE.
I played football with half of an NFL lineup. Picture
the guys that ended up in.
Yeah, years later, individually, they each went to a different NFL team, and we lined up on the line. And I remember thinking, standing there, because we won that championship that year by a mile.
Yeah.
It was, we were putting up basketball scores in football. It was ridiculous. They had contracts with the other schools before we would play, talking about how they would not forfeit the game at halftime. We were fielding second, third, and fourth stringers in the second half because
everybody gets to play.
Yeah, but it was a byproduct of there being no hope anyone was ever going to score 79 points in the next fucking 30 minutes. It never happened. It never happened. And the thing is our starting lineup, the entire starting lineup either went on to high level, high tier college ball or fully professional. And that was our starting lineup that year. It worked exactly the way you think it would if you had a full professional lineup playing against teenagers. That's exactly what it looked like.
I have that exact same story, except I played a trumpet. And I moved out of state into a new school out of state halfway through the year. So only there for the second half of the year. I go into band, I play a trumpet. And, when you very first get there and you haven't tried out for seats, you sit at the end because, you sit in order. And I was there for a week. And when we had chair tryouts, I got first chair. And I'd been there a week. and they'd been working on this fucking music since the beginning of the school year, and we were all friendly when I sent it in. But then I just came in and made them all look like hacks, you know. And the teacher absolutely went, "Do you see? You see, she's been here a week, you know." And she outscored every one of the next highest score was 10 points away or some shit like that, you know, like a ridiculous leap. And I was happy. I was like, all right, I sit down in it and I look down the road. There, and them motherfuckers wouldn't let me eat with them at lunch anymore. And they hated me. And there's this one kid whose last name was Wooten. And he was so mean. He hated my purple socks. He made fun of my purple socks every fucking time. And then I went to the band director. I was like, we don't have a baritone player. And if you play treble clef baritone, it's the same fingering as the trumpet. Can I play baritone? He's like, well, we do have the bass clef baritone, but we don't have a French horn. You want to play that? I'm like, yeah, if it gets me the fuck away from them trumpets, you know.
I played sax.
It had nothing to do with what your story was, but that just seemed like it's
the entire extent of my musical career. I am non-musical. I learned to play saxophone by rote memory. I learned to play each song by ear, basically, because I can't.
Oh yeah, you know, sure.
I can't really read notes fast enough for it to matter, or at least I couldn't at the time. I might could now.
It just takes practice, and the younger you are, the easier it gets.
But I played so much that I can pick up a saxophone or a clarinet or pretty much any woodwind that's not a fucking flute, right? Anything with a reed, and I can pretend to play it and not make a complete fool out of myself.
Yeah.
But yet again, it's not a case of me doing music. It's a case of imitation.
My dad gave me a flute to hold on to for a little bit, you know, back when I was in junior high and playing the trumpet. You know, he's like, well, hey, I got this flute. You want to mess with it for a while? I was like, yeah. So I took it to the band room so that I could, you know, get a hold of some flute music and fingering charts and shit. But I never really did that because I ended up letting the girl borrow it because hers got stolen or something. But, you know, when I had it at home and stuff, I just guessed about how you put your fingers on it and what you do. And I worked it out. I could play "There's a Place Called France Where the Naked Ladies Dance."
Yeah,
I learned, you know, that.
And on an alto sax, if you want to play that tune specifically, there are 3 buttons on the side that you can literally just roll through that does the flats and sharps just like this. You don't have to do any of the DDD. You just close everything off and hit those 3 buttons with your thumb.
That's pretty cool. And then I only had heard like the beginning of that song. So the words.
Yeah.
So I had to make up the rest of the words and taught that to my sister like it was real. And she believed me because she thought I hung the moon. She believed everything I said.
Oh, wow.
I fucked her up.
My sister was pretty gullible too. I'm not gonna lie. But the
6.5 years younger than me.
My sister was like 4 years older than me, and my brother is 8 years older than me. So by the time I was growing up, it was my sister playing the tricks on me, right? And so, but here's the thing, and I hate to admit, my sister, and I want you to know, I love this woman to death. I do. She has more common sense in her toenail trimmings than I've ever had in my entire life. Okay, she could work a problem logically from start to finish, straight through a system and back out again. A bureaucrat to the end, the best. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed. She doesn't do that lateral thinking thing, that sideways humor stuff. Humor doesn't really work on her, at least.
Common sense is kind of the antithesis to outside the box thinking and whatnot that comedy comes from.
Right, exactly. So here's the thing, like, she won't spend much time around me because she wants to be proper, right? She's a teacher, she's a counselor, she's a psychologist, she's an educated woman. An educated woman don't bray like asses in public. And once I get her tickled, I can just keep it going. I've got years of experience at this. I could make that woman laugh at a funeral.
I wish I'd have fucking known how to transfer me cracking everybody up all the fucking time into comedy. You know, like stand up and shit. I didn't figure out how to turn my fucking comedy into like a stand up routine until I was like, I don't know, 45, 50. And then
Right?
then it finally went click because I had been saying, I'd lamented for years, oh, I'm cracking everybody up. Everybody says I'm so funny. I wish I could find a way to, but then finally click. And now I'm a YouTube and TikTok star.
I went to Savannah with this chick one time, and we stayed at this house where a bunch of comedy troupe people were staying, and they were all doing this comedy show at the Joke Store, or I can't remember. It's in Savannah. It was the big time comedy club in Savannah at the time.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, we go in there. They do like a 3-hour open mic night every other night or so, and that night was an open mic night. And I did not know these people were the people staying in the house. I had not been to the house yet. I did not know that they worked at the comedy store.
Uh-oh.
I showed up, got a drink at the bar, and started. It was basically I didn't even know I was at a comedy shop. I just got out of the car and walked into the building. I knew we're going in here. Okay. She was driving. It was her money. I was just riding along. I was just along for the ride. That was it. So I never even looked up. I go in, sit down at the bar. She buys me a screwdriver, and I'm sitting there talking to the bartender. I get him giggling, and the other two guys over here giggling, and the guy making the burgers starts laughing at me. And it's just working a crowd, I guess. I don't know. And the guy looks at me. He goes, I will give you a clear screwdriver. You'll take a minute and a half on the mic.
Vodka on the rocks.
Basically.
In a tall glass.
A cap of freaking orange juice. It'll be a little cloudy. Yeah.
Call them Willa drinks.
So I was like, give me a screwdriver. And he gave me a regular screwdriver. And I took it up there, and I was like, the bartender swore to me that I would get a clear screwdriver, whatever that is, provided I could do a minute and a half up here. And I stuck the straw in my mouth and drank the screwdriver for a minute and a half. And when it got to the bottom, I stuck the mic inside the cup and just, and everyone just busted out laughing. And I put it back up there, sat down. I said, I believe you owe me a clear screwdriver. And I proceeded to get fucking plastered because it was like 7 shots of freaking vodka. Yeah.
Screwdrivers are supposed to be orange.
Yeah, this thing was barely cloudy. It's like, okay, orange scented. Maybe.
Just a slight hint of the essence of the orange.
A little zest around the edge.
Get it on fire.
I drank that freaking vodka. We went back to the place, and I walked in and sat down. And I was like, Leanne, listen to me now. You ever drag my ass off to a place like this, make sure you tell me we're going into a crowd and not just to somebody's house. I wasn't prepared for all that. She's like, what are you talking about? You did great. You got a free meal. You got free drinks all freaking night. Like, it's their policy. Yeah, but that was all really, really weird. And then all those people at the bar showed up at the house because they lived there. And turned out the guy that had made the cheeseburger, the one that was running the grill, owned the comedy store and the house. So we ended up sitting there talking for like 2 hours, and the whole 2 hours, he's like, look, man, you can stay in the house. I got a room back here. We'll kick Joey out tonight. You do 3 minutes a night for the next 2 weeks. He's like, after that, you'll get to kind of how it goes, and you can write your own routine or whatever. He's like, you've got natural chops. And I was like, dude, I got to go to work Monday. Windows don't build themselves, bro. He's like, but you don't understand. I've seen people do this before, and nobody works a crowd like that. It's not like that. No one does that. And it's like, dude, I got to go balance some tires or some shit. I can't.
It's that audacity you got.
I'm clever-ish. I have a turn of phrase, and my voice allows me to get away with some stuff that maybe probably wouldn't go over well otherwise.
Yeah, I automatically forgive you way a lot.
Wait,
I'm
you
just
kind
kidding.
of have to. We're not going
I'm
to
only
be.
mad at you about that one damn thing. That's the only time you ever made me mad. We really hurt my feelings, but that made me mad that my feelings got hurt. So
I
I
don't
just
like hurting people's
set that
feelings.
over
I
on you.
also don't like being dishonest with people.
I don't like people being dishonest with me, but being honest doesn't mean full disclosure.
That's the autistic part. I can't quite. I never know where
I
that line
know.
is. I have no fucking clue. I'm just guessing.
For the last 30 years, every time I meet somebody new, I go, look, I may offend you at some point in the next few minutes or hours or whatever. I'm like, but I'm not doing it on purpose.
We used to have a T-shirt that said "Contents are toxic." I wore
Put
it.
in
It
mouth.
fell off of me. I just felt like it was a good morning for people to understand. At the time back then, I was like this freaking nutty ass junkie running around running cons on everybody I could think of, and
Oh, yeah.
3 jobs and never working anywhere very
It
long.
turned you into a monster, or you
Yeah,
were already programmed that
I'm
way?
a monster to start with. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna tell you, I would not be the guy I am today without that time period. Although, if I could go back and not do it, wow. Because if I could have found, see, that's the thing. If I had found YouTube 10 years ago, I would be in jail because they would have gotten my ass for fucking possession and shit, right?
Oh,
With
I
all
would be Mr. Beast because I was born for this shit, man. If I had, if I wasn't quite as damaged as I was, if I had this earlier in life, holy fuck.
well, that's the thing. If I'd have had it earlier in life, I'd have got fucked up and ruined it.
I might not be such a big disappointment to my dad.
What it comes down to is I have this plethora of experiences from this horrible life that I led all the way up until I decided to be a real boy, right? And it's not
Oh,
just online. I was, yeah, that's what I was saying. If she should send me a couple of suggestions for specific stories, I will make the attempt. I've got some decent reading music and stuff over here that'll work. You believe how important it is a little background tune is for a proper read of a particular thing.
I finally clicked on a couple of those sleepy time rain, but they're reading a classic piece book
Right.
or something. But what the fuck does the rain got to do? And I didn't click it for a long time. I was like, that's just weird. I don't understand. But finally I clicked one because I do look for something long and I say long and boring, but that's not really what I mean. Because
I
by
got a
the
good one
time
for
I'm putting something on, I'm getting ready to go to sleep.
I
I
got a
just
good one
need
for
that voice.
I got 2 good ones actually. Really good. They both are great. The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan.
That's come up a few times, and I've been wanting to
Make sure
check
you
out.
start at the beginning. The very first 5 or 6 chapters are absolutely fucking critical to understanding the rest of the book. But then again, keep in mind, time is cyclical and the world is broken. So you will encounter those chapters again from different perspectives, different avenues, different time frames, different.
Oh, that's really cool.
It's really, really weird. There's like 70 books. There's maybe 2,000 pages a book. They're freaking enormous. There might be 90 hours of audiobook on it. And almost all of it's on YouTube.
As a mob.
The dude who reads it is awesome.
Oh, yeah? Sorry.
Yeah, the narrator's killer. He's one of my favorite. I can't remember his name. Like Brett Price or something. I can't remember. He's right up there with the guy who did Ender's Game. That Rockman dude. The one who did General Graf. No. Anyway.
Oh, if that's a Star Wars thing,
no.
I only knew the main. What was it?
Scott Card in Ender's Game.
Oh, Ender. Okay.
The book for Ender's Game has a narrator That's like uh, Rick Rockham or something like that. And the dude is absolutely killer. He is flawless with everything. He does like 3 or 4 of the voices in the book, and the General Graf has a very succinct manner of speaking. When he talks to you, you stay talked to, right?
That's
it's
good.
it's sort of a weird mix between like Patton and Darth Vader. It's hard to. He speaks directly into you.
Uh, uh, yeah. Okay, so Apple has a streaming service. I probably will never have that one.
You the one? Are you the one sending me the random freaking emails? I've got. I haven't gotten one in months, but when I first started doing my poetry readings and stuff, right, and I uploaded a few of them, I started getting these emails randomly. One was a phone book from like some town in Iowa in 1964 or some shit like that. I'd have to go
That
back
wasn't
and look.
me.
I was thinking it might have been Swiss Miss. Uh, she's like, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Just the voice trying to sleep. I get that, but at the same time, I got an assembly like page 3 and 4 of some assembly manual from
Oh, like
like
their voice is so sexy they could read me the phone book.
the way I
I
took it.
see, I see.
Took me a little while to get it because I kept going back to the emails and going, there's got to be something, some reason they would send me this. And then I got the second one like a week or 2 later. And then I got the third one, and it was a catalog from Sears and Roebuck, 1971 or something like that, Christmas edition. It was just 2 random pages out of it. And after I got that one, I was like, I think the point is stop fucking around and read me something. I
It's
think
probably
that was
her.
the point.
Hey, so Apple's got a streaming service. I'm never going to have it. They've got 2 shows that for the last season or 2, that Silo and Foundation.
Foundation is supposed to, I've seen part of the first season, and what I've seen of it, it's all right.
It wasn't her.
It would be really hard to do Foundation from the beginning, wouldn't it? Can we admit that? If you stuck to Asimov's writing and you tried to do Foundation, you would have to go out into the desert and build a fake city that you then destroy and cover in freaking patches. To do
I didn't read. I haven't read it.
None of it?
None of it. Okay. Never heard of it. I've seen the books and all the going through, thrift store books and stuff, but since I didn't know what it was and I was looking for something else, I never got it. So
I could speak for 2 hours straight on the story of Foundation and Empire. I could go off for hours.
I found a guy named Pete Peters who is very well versed in the books, and he's recapping the fucking TV show. We're on season 2, episode 7. I've listened to it, most of them multiple times. I finally honed in on him to be the one because he had the book knowledge, but he wasn't gonna taint the TV show with the book until that season's over, and then he has a spoiler edition where we compare it. And I have been, he just recaps it, so I'm seeing the show and I'm hearing him explain everything and talk about what's going on and all this. I'm loving the fuck out of it just that way. Because I probably wouldn't have understood what was going on if I watched the show.
But how does he describe psychometry?
It's there. Harry Seldon.
What is it? Can you tell me what psychometry
is? It's mathematical. No, of course I can. It's not real.
It sort of is, though. You're looking at.
Come to find out, I think by the end we're going to see it was all just his own delusion. It was some mathematical shit, and he just made that shit up.
No, there's a little more to that. Asimov was a quintessential troll. He was renowned for going through great effort to troll Robert Heinlein and Arthur C. Clarke and L. Ron Hubbard.
That
Think about
motherfucker.
it. That motherfucker. They went to the same councils. They went to the same. They were all literature giants at the same time. Think about it, right? They ended up in the same rooms on several occasions. Asimov did not like L. Ron Hubbard because of specifically what L. Ron Hubbard was using his writing to do. They had
Plus,
had the
he was an asshole liar that acted like he knew everything, but he knew nothing. And he told so many fucking lies, and he was a jerk. That
okay.
I picked up on. But anyway, I'm loving this foundation, man. Loving it.
If you read Foundation and Empire, the entire sequence is basically kicking L. Ron Hubbard in the balls over and over and over again on the idea that you could control people by managing their money, that people would do it. Heinlein wouldn't even engage on the conversation. He was such a libertarian that the idea of handing over any amount of control to some randos out there in the world was just abhorrent to him. He laughed him out of the room when he suggested such shit. This is pre-Scientology days. This is when he was writing the books that would later become Scientology. Go read. Actually, that's also on YouTube. There's audiobooks. There's full discussions, dissertations on that whole series, right? Because
I've seen a couple of things where L. Ron was talking, like he's the master of the room. Everybody's just waiting for him to talk some more.
He had a grip on one quintessential feature of fame, even without the fame.
Proliferous. Why can't I say that word?
He never named his haters. You would not get the first bit of free publicity from his ass ever, not ever mention their name, never darken their door, and never make a comment in their videos. If you're
not a bad fucking guideline,
right?
When this first started, I was talking about it, and I didn't say anybody's name.
Here's the thing, bringing it up in conversation when it comes to the YouTube type sphere, it's merely bringing up the fact that something happened is enough to validate some people, right? So a person who shall remain nameless had a rogue mod get into their backfield. They blocked everybody in the whole freaking channel. For a week, she didn't know nothing about it. Finally, I happened to be sitting backstage with her one day, and I was like, "Why have you checked your mods recently?" And she's like, "What do you mean?" Because nobody was in chat, right? Nobody was in chat. I'm like,
nobody.
Go to your backstage and go unblock everybody. I don't have everybody blocked. You do. You need to go backstage and go check. But I don't have everybody blocked. Go check. I guarantee you've got a rogue mod. That's bona fide. This is what I did to channels. Go check. Right now, you have a rogue mod. She went in and looked. She's like, I don't remember modding that guy. There he is. Take him out first, and then we'll discuss the rest of them. Because you've got to make sure if they're the real channel, if that's actually them, right? See if you got any duplicates, stuff like that.
Have you do you have Apple streaming?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay. Pete Peters, I think, is that guy's name, and since I've listened to like at least 5 different people that were doing the recap on Foundation, and he is the fucking best. I went on and unsubscribed them other ones so that I didn't have to see their shit, and I just look forward to him doing stuff. But there's another show called Silo. I really want to watch that show.
I haven't heard about that one. I haven't heard nothing
but
about it.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm just watching recaps of it. And then I don't have to pay for the streaming service. I don't have to read the book. I don't have to do none of that. I can take care of everything in 15 to 45 minutes. For a whole season.
I disagree. Respectfully.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't want to do it that way.
An absurd amount of stuff in my past, right? I have read a redonkulous amount of crap. I was one of those people who carried 2 books with them in case I wanted to read something legitimate or something silly.
Hmm.
You know,
Me too.
I'd have one in the bathroom, one in the bedroom, one next to the front door, one sitting on the porch, one in my truck. and that was just my day was broken up into spots where I could go read. That's what I did.
See, my son keeps trying to get me to read books. I mean, he's been doing it his whole life. He's a big reader. And I used to be a big reader, but as my eyes started getting bad, it's even more strained to try to read
Well,
and read.
that should
And
turn
I was
off
going
any
through a life place where nobody would leave me the fuck alone. And my husband seemed to be jealous of the book I was reading. What the fuck is that?
is higher thought insecurities.
So
The
insecure.
intrusive thoughts winning is what it comes
Yeah.
down.
You love that book better than me. I'm gonna beat your ass. Fuck you, motherfucker. I've had enough black eyes.
That seems excessive.
You know, ain't worth
Not,
doing if you don't do it right.
not the way
What
I
that
would have
is.
gone with it.
But Silo looks like it's gonna be really cool.
I haven't heard
Okay,
that.
so it's like a 140 uh floor
Right.
silo. So it's round, right? It's got stairs
Assuming it's a
all from top to bottom.
something along those lines, one of those newfangled New World Order bomb shelter type builds.
It's kind of like it was a bomb shelter, but it was made to save humanity.
Sure, of course.
Okay,
It's static
but
arc.
and they think they're the only one. Well, at least all the plebs do. The people in charge know parts of what's going on. I'm not sure how much they know yet, but there's no electric lift. If you want to go to any floor, you have to walk the stairs. The best richest, we'll say rich just because that's what it is, live at the top, and then the worst, people get punished, they get sent to the bottom.
Yeah.
It's all got to do with their jobs and whatnot, right?
Yeah, status.
It's really cool. The first book's called Wool.
Sounds like a communist utopia.
There's the one thing you can never, never, ever say is, I want to leave the silo. You say that once and let anybody hear you saying it, there's no takes backs or nothing. And they put you in a little hazmat suit and they got this aluminum tape. They tape up the, seams from your glove to your sleeve and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, sure.
They put you out and you have a little piece of wool and you go over to the camera because the only way they see out is a display on the inside. Through a camera that's up top, and you clean the camera because it's not often people leave the silo.
I think I've seen this.
You probably read it, or maybe you did. I don't know. But that's the one thing you're supposed to do.
Doing that a lot. I do. I find myself doing that a lot.
But by the time you get 15 steps after you clean the camera, you get about 15 steps, and you just fall out dead. And they can see your dead damn body sitting out there rotting and whatnot through the display. It's like a big window thing, right? And this one girl, she finally, the heroine, she finally is like, she doesn't clean the camera, and it's that tape. They use inferior tape. But the thing is when you're leaving, the airlock between where you live and the outside, the airlock in between. That's where they, a misty spray goes over you. Then you're going out. Why would you need to decontaminate before you go out? Is it decontamination?
Procedure.
It's so crazy, but she survives. She gets up to the top of the hill at the edge, and she sees silos everywhere. And it's in Georgia.
Seems legit. It's probably the lost city of Atlanta.
But it's called Silo, and I kind of half expected you'd already read the books, but I don't remember when they were.
Yeah, it sounds obscenely familiar to me. I may have already seen the show. We watch all kinds of stuff. Like,
well, it's on the Apple streaming So if you don't have that, you're not seeing it.
I have Spectrum, and
I
it
don't know
has
what that
all
is.
kinds of shit.
I mean, we know you're on the spectrum, but I don't know what that is.
It's like a cable package, but it has all kinds of weird bonuses that go with it. And so maybe I don't really go to Apple to look at this. I go and look at the
kind
show.
of like we click into Prime, but get to watch Paramount on it.
Right. It's like Roku, but it's that thing. It's
well, anyway, we're done here.
All right.
Thanks for hanging out. This was so much fun. We really rocked it. We really rocked it tonight. DogPound. Oh man, I just love hanging out with you guys. I wish Limey could have been here too, and maybe 4 other people too. But you know what? I had a great time. We got to talk about freeze dried candy and all kind of crazy shit. It's the best.
I still don't understand that. I'm gonna sit on stage for a second. I don't. It's not my bag.
Are you gone? Well, that was weird because I did miss part of what he said. I love you guys. Probably no one will ever see this part ever again for eternity while it's on the interwebs. But thanks everybody for coming by. Thanks everybody for participating and everybody having a good time. It was just lovely. And people got to meet new people and everything. Hot damn. I love it. So my precious little weirdos, until tomorrow, 10 or 11 or whatever. Adios.